Copy. Welcome to the 2022 edition of the Run the Tan, sponsored by Red Energy. My name's Sean Whipp, and I am joined here today by four-time Olympian Jeff Risley. Jeff, welcome to the broadcast. Big event today at Run the Tan. What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Sean. Yeah, probably the highlight I think for the day is the women's race. We've got quite a different range of athletes, and it's going to be really interesting to see sort of how they go head to head on the Tan, which is something that we don't get to race often. And yeah, it's sort of like the Tan is like one of those things, like the more you do it, the more you know when you can push and when you can't push. So it's a little bit unknown, and I think that just throws, uncertainty into tactics, and it's going to be interesting to see who leads and those sort of things. And just obviously a good opportunity for everyone out there in the public to, have a blast around the Tan, probably the most famous running spot in Melbourne. So it should be a great morning.
Yeah, great points there, Jeff. As we can see today, we've got a big public presence at the event, and we will be starting off with the public fun run, which will be followed now or later by the Battle of the Schools. We'll have some emergency services in the Celebrity Run Challenge and some local celebs having a dash around the Tan. And as Jeff's pointed out there for everyone, it's a fantastic sort of mix of a track that everyone's so familiar with and a venue that our elites do train on a lot but don't get to race on all that often. So be a big series of question marks today to see how the women's record holder for the Tan, Lyndon Hall, goes, fresh off the Tokyo Olympics, up against Jess Hull, a fellow Tokyo Olympian. And in the men's race, we've got a smattering of Olympians as well, with Ben Buckingham, who's a steeplechase Olympian, and Liam Adams, who's been to 2 for the marathon. So the long and the short of it.
Yeah, and Melbourne's put on a beautiful morning this morning, so should be pretty good conditions for everyone to run. And just as you said, typically before Run the Tan came on the program, the only really opportunity we got to run the Tan was at Tan Relays
Club
for
Relay.
Athletics for Victoria, which is sort of September. So if you kind of weren't in your best shape, or you're coming off the end of the season, you never really kind of got to test yourself. So good planning in terms of the calendar, coming off, some of these guys are coming off nationals and being able to go back and get a little bit more training done. So, and some of them would be looking forward to heading overseas and sort of planning what their run up to the World Championships and the Commonwealth Games look like. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see kind of what kind of shape people are in, and how much they want it for the win today.
Yeah, and as we were saying before, a track in Melbourne that's synonymous with running, and one a number of people are definitely very familiar with. And if we have a look at some of the celebs we've got there, Jeff, we've got a mixture of AFL, soccer, cricket, and some former athletics big names. We've got the likes of Anthony Koutafidis having a run around, Tamsin Lewis, who we know so well from athletics commentary and broadcast, and the men's lap record holder himself, Craig Mottram. I believe he'll be having a run too with the pram, possibly.
Yeah, well, obviously Melbourne dominated by football, so good to see good turnout there. But Koutafidis, wasn't he renowned as like one of the best athletes back in high school days?
I think he and Shane Crawford were pretty well known for being pretty solid athletes. We've got Archie Thompson putting the shoes on, so it should be good to see. It's a great measuring stick for Melbourne running. You do. Everyone says they do a bit of running, and then you get yourself to the Tan and you go up that big hill, and it's a bit of a leveler. So
yeah, well, someone who's recently retired.
Yeah, it's definitely a course to test all ages.
talking about the weather, not as warm as the Easter weekend, but this morning is absolutely perfect for running. Great running and walking conditions, Sally. So have you got a time in mind for your little lap of the tan?
This will probably be the first time I've ever actually timed it. Do you get to discount minutes for when you stop to talk to other people? No.
Totally allowable, and so long as our elites don't stop and do that. But this is what we want. This is all about participation. Yes, there'll be the community runs, and then we go into the elites, but we've also got the slabs. But I'm looking forward also to the schools challenge.
Exactly. Look, for somebody like me, this is about participation. I love walking the tan, but it is about appreciation for all of those athletes that are really the best of the best. And it starts with school, and it's fantastic to see schools from right across Melbourne and Victoria coming to compete today. And then that pipeline of encouraging people to keep going at that elite level is fantastic. And events like this really give the opportunity to showcase those talents. At the City of Melbourne, we're proud to sponsor this morning because we know that physical activity is great for well-being, and it's also great for mental health. And every single extra step somebody takes every day makes a massive difference to how we are as a community in terms of happiness and health.
Certainly great words there from our Lord Mayor, Sally Capp. Now, we will go into the welcome to the country, and I will invite Sally to say those wonderful words that acknowledge the traditional owners.
Well, on behalf of the City of Melbourne and everybody here this morning, I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we're gathered, the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people, and we pay respects to their elders past and present. For tens of thousands of years, this has been an important meeting place for our traditional owners, and we thank them for their care of the land and the waterways as the longest continuous living culture at this place where we stand today on the Tan. We also thank them for their participation and their leadership as we shape the future of the city together. So on behalf of the City of Melbourne, we're proud to be here today on the lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people.
A big, big thank you to Melbourne Lord Mayor Sally Capp for opening up the 2022 Run the Tan. And we will now throw to Luke J for a little bit of a musical accompaniment as we start to get our runners ready for the 9 o'clock start to our community event. So Luke, all yours.
Thank you very much. Just going to wait for the cameras to get over here. Alright, we're going to give a big shout out to Liberty for providing the musical entertainment this evening. Welcome to Run in the Tan 2022.
This is paradise.
the time. Why let them slip away? Why let them slip away? 'Cause I lived in paradise. Run to paradise. Run to paradise. Run to paradise. Jesus said it's gonna be alright. He's gonna hold my hand so I can walk through the light. You don't mind if I abuse myself so I can hold my head up. Hold my head up. You don't want anyone. You don't want anyone. But don't tell me this is paradise. Open your eyes up. You don't want anyone. You don't want anyone. But don't tell me this is paradise. Open your eyes up. Don't tell me this is paradise. Open your eyes up.
Proudly brought to us by Living Financial. Now we want the grasses in the community run to start coming over where I am on the grass.
An acoustic performance to kick off the morning there at Run the Tan 2022, powered by Red Energy. And Jeff, we've got a number of sponsors banners down there today, so good to see a well-supported event at the spiritual home of running in Melbourne.
Yeah, 4 minutes from the public race kickoff whip. Conditions look pretty good from the studio here in Brunswick.
Yeah, as far as we can see, if I think many a runner would be familiar with a nice, cool, calm morning at the Tan, and that looks like it's what we've been gifted with. So can't complain here. We see some of the. Oh, we got Marsland College. They're doing a bit of a warm up. Good to see. They'll be in our schools challenge later. I think they might still be ably coached by Johnny Marr, who's a bit of a legend of the Victorian schools coaching circuit. And as we see here, we've got our public just lining up there, getting ready, and Mitch Dyer's noggin getting in there, one of our commentators on site. Good to see.
Actually interesting to see what the footage comes through, because Sunday morning 9 o'clock at the Tan is normally peak hour for people doing the old Gilson coffee loop.
I was going to say, whoever is on, I believe there's an e-bike that's going to be whizzing around the Tan this morning, getting some great footage of our athletes.
Yeah.
They'll be in for a bit of a challenge. And anyone who's not familiar with the Tan, as Jeff's commented there, it is as we can see there, it's a pretty popular walking spot around Melbourne, particularly on a Sunday morning, a nice winter-ish Sunday morning. And yeah, it's whenever we do have that race through the sort of Victorian club circuit, it's always half a game of dodging everyone going around the Tan. So an added degree of difficulty for your morning race. Healthy crowd there, getting the GPS signals ready for a quick lap around the Tan. We've got a Box Hill Athletic Club singlet floating around there as well, so representation from all parts of the community.
Yeah, the athlete that we just mentioned from Box Hill actually came up to Falls Creek for training, and he caught a $700 Uber to Mount Beauty to get picked up. That's how dedicated and
Can't knock the commitment.
how keen he
but,
wants to get up to Falls Creek to train with everyone in January and
gee
see the
whiz.
season up.
So
yeah,
as
little fun
Jeff's
fact.
pointed out there, a hot lap around the tan can mean certainly different things to different athletes, but we seem like we've got our first wave ready to rumble here, the young and the old of it.
Did the Melbourne half marathon end of last year, which was great to see the masses back out on the streets, and I helped pace my brother, and as I was running, the most interesting thing was just seeing everyone's footwear.
Yeah. What have we got? I think we are in the age of the
Super
carbon-plated
shoe.
shoe. And even
For athletics nerds like us, constantly having shoe chats. And yeah, it was interesting. The Nike seemed to the Vaporflies and the Alpha Flies had a real stronghold over the event.
And we have seen recently there's certainly been a bounce back in competition from other brands, your New Balance, who happen to be sponsoring the event today, which is good to see. But it's always a bit of a juggle with, Jeff or I'd make the joke that a bit of the back in my day, if you really want to age yourself, didn't have the super shoe when I was floating around in the juniors, but interesting to see, some of our younger athletes here cutting a few hot laps of the tan in the newest tech.
I think what it also has been great is it's inspired a little bit of the public as well. They're all keen to get their hands, and everyone wants to run faster. And
if you can take 2 minutes off your, minutes off your lap of the tan and slap a new pair of shoes on, that might be the nudge you need to get involved in a bit more running. So can't knock that. We've obviously got a pretty healthy number of our public here in some of the Red Energy T-shirts. So it won't be hard to miss them getting around the tan in red.
Kutafini's going off in this wave for 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Go Kuta. All right, keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. Every 30 seconds we're going to set off another wave. Right here, Luke J just continue to strumming that guitar in the background. Great music to accompany Run the Tan here. Okay, another 5 seconds. Next wave, wave 5. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Remember, it's all
Yeah, for some of our members of the public here, I was just saying off air to Jeff, this would probably be one of the first times, or a scenario people aren't as used to unless you're at something like the Melbourne Marathon. A bit of a wave start. So if anyone's not familiar with that previously, it's to try and spread the competitors out a little bit, especially with foot traffic. But you'll see people going off in those little waves there, being corralled almost. So a bit of a nervous moment for any runner getting ready for the start to kick off. But we are fortunate
Team
enough.
Liberty on the screen. Curious to know the backstory there, or if they're fundraising, or
Yeah, I think we've got a number of charities running around today with a particular focus on mental health. But one of the highlights of today, Jeff, of course, are the elite races, which will happen a little bit later in the day. They will kick off from 11:15 a.m. with our elite race walking crew, and then 11:20 there will be the elite para race, and then at 11:25 we have the men's elite race, and 11:45 to wrap up the day. Probably the most stacked race of the day, the women's elite race. So we'll go through a few of the names here, Jeff, while we see the public kicking off. But in the women's race, we've got a big group of we've got some healthy Olympic representation in both Lyndon Hall and Jess Hull, and Zoe Buckman as well, who was a teammate of yours on previous trips. But how do you see the race panning out today, Jeff, in the women's event?
yeah, well, as you said, it's really interesting. Hull and Hall are probably our two biggest names in terms of distance running in the country, and it's been really interesting watching them over the last 18 months basically swap the national title. So like they'll no doubt have that sort of competitive rivalry as well. No one wants to give an inch, but at the same time, both sort of different runners. Hull coming more from the 5K.
Yep.
Last season in the lead up to Tokyo, we saw Lyndon do a lot more 800s against Kat and really get close to that sub 2. So they're both sort of very different. And even you got Jess, who's in America, and Lyndon here. It's sort of changes the structure of the season sort of a little bit, you know. Jess is over there training in the winter, and, you know, we've got the sunshine here and the opportunity to race 400-metre tracks. So I think both of them probably come into it in slightly different positions. Lyndon had a bit of an injury coming off the back of Tokyo, took herself over to World Indoors, and maybe probably wasn't in the best shape she had hoped, and you know, sort of came back and needed to probably get a little bit more work done. So it'll be sort of interesting that, you know, to see how she's sort of improved with eyes coming onto the coming up the Diamond League circuit and the European stuff, you know. And you got Jess, who's, you know, probably the first time in a while spending some time in Australia.
Yeah, and I guess that's the sort of tail of the tape, in that, you know, both coming from really different backgrounds. You've got Jess Hull, who's from the Central Coast and has, you know, grown up in New South Wales and spent a bunch of time at the University of Oregon over in the States and had quite a storied career there. Lyndon as well, you know, Lyndon Hall went via Florida State University in the US, so we're definitely going to see a bit of a theme of, you know, athletes who spent some time in the US, you know, furthering their careers here, as we see some of our runners coaxing a few mates into a bit of a faster jog and a push there.
A couple of cramps.
And we've got some walkers here as well getting their morning lap done. But yeah, as Jeff was saying, it'll be a real mix, as, you know, Jess Hull's sort of come back, and she's won the 5,000 metre national title. You know, for everyone playing at home, we had our national championships for athletics, so on the track a couple of weeks ago up in Sydney. And Lyndon was third in her race in the 1500, and you know, I think she wouldn't mind us saying was maybe a little underdone coming off World Indoors, coming up against some very stiff competition in the form of Abby Caldwell, who is the sort of rising star of Australian women's athletics, a young 20-year-old who has run 4:04 for the 1500 and won the national title in pretty convincing fashion in Sydney.
Yeah.
So they'll be having
by Gavin Byron, who I grew up running cross country with at Dandenong Little Athletics.
Bit of a Knox stalwart. So
for me, it's been really great to see their relationship develop over the couple of years, and for her to improve.
And that's the thing, isn't it, Jeff? Athletics being, you know, the sort of small sport that it is, you know, all these faces that we'll see out here today in the elite men's and women's races, they'll know each other pretty well, won't they? Yeah,
they will, and anyone like me and you following the sport, you know, knows their story pretty well too, because it's a pretty insular community. But I think when we sort of talk about the women's race, Whip, you know, I think we have to sort of even chat about a little bit about the course. Like, it's 3.8k, but you know, does it run like a 3.8k? Is it more, you know, you got the big Anderson Street Hill, which, you know, can really gas a person.
Yeah, and I think that's the big
first
factor.
half.
You know, when you start a race from where we're starting here today, you do hit the bottom of the hill, you know, probably just under a kilometre in, and or probably just over a kilometre in, sorry. And from there, you know, it's sort of one of those things, Jeff, where you don't want to spend all your biscuits too early, do you, on this course?
No, but then once you sort of get up to, you crest the top of Anderson Still, you're at the highest point of the tan, and then, you know, you've got a little bit of a downhill and then another uphill to the Shrine, but then after that, it's just downhill kind of all the way home. So if you can keep your powder dry a little bit and keep a little bit left, you can really kind of make up some ground in that back half. And that was, you know, being an 8:15 guy with okay endurance, but you know, not the strength that some of the guys racing here today have. I used to just have to get to the top of the hill in one piece, and if I could sort of get in one piece, relax down like the crest towards the Shrine, you know, I was in with a chance to sort of really drop it home in the last bit. So, you know, that sort of creates another layer to the race. And, you know, I sort of think Jess is probably going to have to push it at some stage.
Yeah.
And as we sort of spoke about off air, Thackeray, the British runner who sort of came to Australia and to train for the marathon, kind of came out and surprised everyone with a 15:09 5k recently.
Yeah.
You know, she's another real strength-based runner who's probably going to have to try and do some damage in that first half, you know, for the likes of Caldwell and Lyndon even, because you won't want to keep them hanging around for too long.
Yeah, so we might see a bit of Hull and Thackeray pushing things along at the start, and maybe Hall and Caldwell sitting in a bit, and then seeing how things pan out closer to the Shrine. So
yeah, I don't expect to see
Too much separation.
Caldwell do any work.
No.
I'd say, you know, this is probably her first chance to run the tan, and she's only 20, and I think we're sort of chatting a bit before as well. You know, her 4:04 that she ran during the season would rank her number 2 all-time in the NCAA, which really, you know, for our sport is the pathway of, you know, like for talented for juniors. You know, so that just sort of goes to show what a talent she is at 20 years of age. You know, and she's only going to get better. Like, you know, her training, she's just scratching the surface of training. So as she puts year on year and layer on layer, she's going to get fitter and fitter. And I don't think she's, you know, going to run her best tan today, but, you know, she's sort of probably just going to hang in there and probably wait and see what unfolds, I'd say.
Yeah, it is that interesting time in the season, isn't it, Jeff, in that we've just had nationals, and for anyone that's not familiar with it, you know, the big championships this year for athletics, so for any of these big elites that you'll see running today, they happen in sort of the back end of, or the early part of July and the back end of July and August. We've got the World Championships over in Oregon in the US, and then the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. So if you've just come off nationals, you know, 3 or 4 weeks ago, you're in a bit of a grey zone, aren't you, at the moment? Are you training, or are you racing, or are you know, it's a mixture of both.
Yeah, and it's you know, when an athlete sort of gets to the end of the year in October, say post Tokyo, and they're starting to plan for the next year, it's something that they have to think about the most, because you've sort of got to. I think as an athlete and a developing athlete, I always sort of felt you had to get to a level where you could sort of knock out the standard or get close to the standard within our season without sort of peaking.
Yep.
And having that ability to then sort of get through our season, go back, probably put another 6 to 8 weeks of training together, go to that next level, and then start to look for races. So I'd say most of our runners are going back into those heavier blocks. I'd say, you know, training loads are probably as high as they're going to be for the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, that's another factor in, you know, how much people are sort of tapering into this, or whether they're just using it as a blowout, because, you know, some of these athletes will be sort of looking towards Europe or even Japan and some of the races that are sort of coming up in May, June. And this year it's...
Oh, I've got some footage here of some of our earlier public leaders just absolutely rolling home here. Good to see. So we'll see if we can get a bit of an eye on a clock as the gentlemen at the front here do finish up. They're coming down the straight here, and it looks like they've got about 100 metres left as we see the nice little finish line cones, a welcoming sight for anyone. And
this is actually really good to see, Whit, because, you know, running's a funny sport. It's not widely recognised in our community.
No, so to get a
Melburnians
big finish banner and a finish tape, it's fantastic.
Would be able to really probably reel off 100 different football players' names before they reeled off any track and field athletes. But you know, and when they ask you, oh, what do you do, and you say you're a runner, you could probably tell them your 1500 PB, and they have no idea. But if you told them what you ran around the tan, they go, oh yeah,
it is one of those.
So it is that sort of
one of those constants in Melbourne. If you've had a walk around the tan or a jog around it, you know, people have got a bit of familiarity.
Yeah, people can relate to it, you know. So if you kind of say what you've done around the tan, and yeah. And going back to what we were sort of talking about, the course, you know, and the public that are out there now, what do you think they're thinking when they stand on the start line? How are they thinking of attacking the race?
I think, that's twofold. I think one of the best things in having this sort of event in Melbourne is, one, it's going to draw attention from the local crowd going for a walk on your Sunday morning and thinking, oh, what's this? I might have to get involved in that next year. You know, people do enough laps of it during the year. It'd be good to try and set your fastest time. But I think as well, hopefully it draws that attention. You know.
Just going to cross to an interview, guys.
How'd you run it? Did you bide your time to Anderson Street? Did you go all out? What was the technique?
It was a bit of a, I don't know actually, just a bit of a jog, walk up Anderson Street. No, just get to the top and focus on the downhills. That's where you pick up some time. So
that is the best part of it. Now, I know you're going to be busy because your lovely girlfriend's running her first ever fun run. She'll be out there somewhere. What was the words of encouragement for her as now potentially the winner of the public as well? You've got a bit of cachet, but she'll be making her way around there soon. Do you have to get out there?
Not yet. I'll be on the finish line being a proud partner. So really excited watching her finish her first run. You know, COVID's brought so many people to the sport, and starting to really see the benefits of not just her, but the entire Melbourne running community really get around running.
Absolutely. Well, you've got Wilson running there on your chest. We know you do a little bit of coaching. Notoriously an 800-metre runner, mate. You've smashed the 3.86K. Well done. Go warm down and go see your girlfriend.
So, Mitch, we saw the first female coming through.
Good to have
Manning Gwynn
Mitch Dyer on course there, a regular commentator on the Victorian track and field scene, getting our men's winner there and having a bit of a chat about his lap. But we were just saying off air there, Jeff, that you know, for a sport that is very popular, maybe once every 2 or 4 years, it's exciting to have an event that brings those top end athletes together with the public on a familiar track.
Yeah, well, you know, I think, you know, being on the back end and retired now and starting to do a little bit of coaching and other things, the thing is, the people running in the public, we feel the same things they do when they're running. We have the same anxiety before the race. We know when it's going to hurt within a race. We don't feel it any differently. It's probably just the paces are different. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all relative.
It's all relative, and I think, you know, the sport itself's got to do a little bit better at, sort of linking to the general public, and I think that comes with sort of education and, you know, some of the elites sort of getting into some online coaching and sort of helping people and bridging that knowledge gap, because it's all the same stuff. And if we can sort of keep teaching people about the different kind of training and the training loads and all those sorts of things, and help them run faster and help them achieve PBs, and, you know, it's a great feeling. So I think events like these are great to sort of, sort of bring everyone together and, just sort of show we're all kind of going through it in the same.
Yeah, and I think that's the exciting thing as well for anyone. You know, if this is one of their earlier or one of their sort of developing running events, you know, if they hadn't run a race before, something like this, as we have a quick, close finish there, is, you know, anyone who's sort of in their early stages of getting into running, one of the best things is your sort of improvement curve is pretty rapid at first. It's one of those things where you put a little bit of time in and you certainly see the results of your labour.
Yeah, well, I've been going through an interesting transition, having sort of retired 2 weeks ago, and I had 10 days off running and did my first run the other day. And it felt horrible. It's just amazing, like, if you don't kind of keep it up, how quickly you can lose it, and you sort of forget, how hard and challenging it is. Like, running it's not easy.
Definitely not, and I think that's something some of our members of the public here have got a sense of now that they've completed their lap of the tan. As we
is that Matty Richardson?
Matty Richardson with he's kept the snapback on for the lap. He is looking very well.
He's shaking his head.
Shaking his head. Didn't look happy with the time. I think.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if he was potentially happy with his time. He's just probably thinking, "Geez, that was
getting stitched up."
He's just gone to that point where he put himself in the hurt locker.
Yeah.
I think in another 5 minutes he's going to be pretty happy with himself, but just at the moment you're like,
that
was tough.
That's one of the other funny balances is, you know, if ever you've gone for a run around the tan, you know, just before footy season kicks off, you do see a few of the top footy teams using as we see one of our Box Hill Little Athletics members finishing up there, but we do see you know, AFL teams using the tan as a bit of a fitness test, and I think for someone like Matty Richardson it would have been I don't know, for a guy that tall and that big. Well, Matthew Richardson, an
Speaking
interview.
of Devil, we're going to throw to him with
over.
Mitch.
All right, I am standing here with a very tired Matthew Richardson. Richo, how'd it go, mate? What'd you make of the tan?
I've still got nightmares from my playing days, so they haven't gone away, but it was good fun. Yeah, a couple of young blokes just went past me down the straight. Just sort of found out where I'm really at.
I think everybody would love to take the scalp of Matthew Richardson. Is it Anderson Street? Is it the whole town? What's the hardest part here? You said you have flashbacks?
No, I struggle from the top of Anderson round to the Shrine, and then you get a second wind once you get to the Shrine. And, you know, obviously Anzac Day tomorrow, so yeah, it's nice to run past there.
Gives you a little bit of extra motivation. Now, obviously, I have to ask as well, Tyke's playing tonight. Big game. Are you confident? You're not confident? Where are you feeling?
Oh, I don't think anyone's confident against Melbourne at the moment. They look the team to beat again. But you never know. They've got a few outs tonight. Vining's out, Lever's out. So, we'll see how it goes.
I'm quietly confident. I think the Tigers might be able to get there. But, mate, I was talking to Cooter before the race. I said, are you and Richo going to be together? He was already making excuses with a little bit of a hamstring twinge. You've absolutely smashed him out of the water. That's got to feel good.
Well, Cooter was always a power athlete. I was probably more an endurance athlete. So if it was over 100 metres, you'd back Cooter.
I was a little bit confident for you anyway, Richard, but well done today, mate. That is a hard lap, and well done getting around.
Yeah. And well done to everyone coming today, and good luck if you're about to run.
So great to have Matthew Richardson here supporting Run the Tan. I don't know if we've seen Cooter come through yet, Mitch, so we'll keep our eyes on looking down the strip, and we'll
tired, but as you said, Jeff, seemed tired but happy with himself there, Matthew Richardson.
Yeah, and he kind of said, struggled up towards the top of the Anderson Street Hill, and then once he got down to the Shrine and that sort of downhill, found a second wind. So it was a bit like we're talking about the tactics for the women's race.
Yeah, as discussed, there's ways to do it.
We talked about sort of the football players, and quite often you see them doing Early Street Hills and different sort of running around the Tan sessions during the pre-season. I actually think Mottram ran his record around the Tan against the Richmond Football Club. So there was a little bit of a time trial set up, and he gave them a pretty big head start, and I think he managed to mow them down. But I think that was sort of the background to his 10:08 around the Tan, which remains the record,
the course record, and I believe, Craig, he wouldn't mind us saying he's slightly older than his peak running years, but I believe we've got another footy superstar. I think we're going to cross over to Anthony Koutafidis, not just.
Well, just knowing, Craig's age and Matty Richardson's age, I'm just wondering whether
they might have been in the same team.
Whereas when Craig did that time, whether their time crossed over.
Yeah, as we see, Alana Peart, one of our race walkers, finishing up here. Recently got back from the World Under-20 champs for race walking in Oman, of all places, in Muscat, which is more often than not a place you might stop over if you're flying to Qatar or somewhere in the Middle East, but also home to one of the big World Athletics events this year. And we're going over to Cooter.
We've got Cooter here. Cooter, you said, I'm going to walk parts of this. Did you walk a single part of that Tan?
No, I didn't. As you know, very competitive, but I've seen about 100 people run past me, so it's not easy nowadays at my age to watch people run past, but got to accept it. I was happy just to do it. It's really good. We're all exercising. I think that's really important too.
Well, it's good to see Melbourne out of lockdown. We spoke to Matthew Richardson just before you finished, and he said he had some pretty demon flashbacks from footy days. Did you spend a bit of time around the Tan in your days?
This is coming. Richo was an excellent endurance run. I think his best around the Tan was 13 minutes. Mine was like 15-20. So if he's saying he's had bad memories, can you imagine me? We had to do 2 of them when I first started, and I didn't do too well. I was down, I think, in the last 5. So, Richo, great to see you. What time did you get back? Whatever it was, whatever time Richo got, it was at least 3 minutes quicker than me. Have a good day.
No, it's good to see a little bit of a healthy rivalry there, but it is fantastic to see everybody down here. Obviously, you must be reasonably fit if you can make your way around the Tan. It's been good to be out of Melbourne lockdown and exercising again.
Well, I guess for my age, not too bad, but if we're going to talk footy sense, not fit at all. But look, I'm just happy I'm still running. I think for me, at age, 49 now, I'm just happy to just be exercising. I love it. I've always have. And I always say, as long as I can keep running, I'm happy.
Well, you still look in incredible shape now. I got to ask you, I'm a Blues fan. How far do we take it this year? The lid's off for me. Is it off for you?
Well, it was 24 hours early. It was really off. Last night was a bit of another awakening for the Blue Boys. But look, it's good. I mean, they've still won a few games, which is unbelievable when you think at the start of the year, if we had won this many at this time of the year, we would have been thrilled. But look, long way to go. But look, there's something there brewing, there's no doubt.
Absolutely, there's something special. And there's something special about Run the Tan. Cooter, thank you so much for joining us, and well done.
Thank you.
So once again, big thank you to Anthony Koutafidis for Tan 2022.
Anthony Koutafidis there, Jeff, mirroring the comments of Matthew Richardson regarding their types of runners. Cooter, not as much of a fan of the Tan as maybe Richo was back in the day.
Yeah, I hope I look as good as Cooter at 49.
Yeah, geez, healthy.
Yeah, but what I sort of found fascinating was he said back in his day they used to do 2 laps of the Tan for their in-season sort of time trial fitness stuff. Now we sort of see all the data and research going towards that sort of 6-minute, 2K time trial. That's the time trial, the standard time trial that all the boys get, when they come back into the club after their break, and then what they probably get back in after Christmas just to see how fit they're going. So. Just I guess sports science and how much more professional, not how much more professional football got, but just the changes.
Yep, running, as we're definitely going to be plugging today, has always been a key part of many a team sport, and is often used as a bit of a pre-season antidote to a holiday. As we see some of the members here shooting down off the top of Anderson Street Hill now.
I think also, just going back to Kuda, he sort of said, he's just happy to be out running, and I think it's one of those things, as soon as you stop running, you lose it, and it gets so much harder to get out. So I think the key is just to keep turning up consistently. It doesn't have to be every day, but just keep it going, because if you don't keep it going, you lose it pretty quick,
tough.
and then it's a lot harder to get back when the older you get.
And a good point there from Anthony Koutafidis as well, in that and a lot of us would have seen him on the footy field back in his day, back in his prime, and sort of have thought, oh geez, it's a bit past any of my vague footy playing exploits. But at his age at 49, those same sorts of values in terms of staying fit and getting out there and having a crack at everything have remained instilled in him, which is great to see. As we see a few more finishes here at the 2022 Run the Tan event, powered by the big red energy banner we can see there, and a big thanks to our sponsors, including Liberty, Swinburne University, and New Balance and the Running Company. So plenty of info down there for anyone who has had a good time around the Tan and is thinking, hey, you know what, I might do a bit more of this running caper. Also probably a big difference there for some of our newer runners as well, that when you're getting into some of those sort of couch to 5k, or you're training for your first marathon or something of the sort, it's often just a lot of that, isn't it? It's a lot of training, so it's good fun to get something like a race on.
Yeah, I think when you are going from the couch to 5k, the hardest is the first month. Everything hurts, got DOMs, but and you feel like you're a bit of a dinosaur out there running around. But, then the fitness sort of kicks in, you recover better, and it just sort of gets easier, and then you kind of get that feeling. And, we saw Richo off air, not off air, but as he sort of came through the line, he's shaking his head. But I think now, 5 minutes after his race, he'd be feeling real good. Like you do feel like you accomplished something, and I don't know if there's that, they call it the runner's high.
That's the one.
Whether it's some endorphin or hormone kind of response, but there is something satisfying about getting out there and just really sort of going to the limits and seeing sort of what you can do.
And I think especially you were saying that as well, in that you're in a bit of a transitory phase in your own exercise. Especially if you've done one type of sport or one exercise for a really long time. Something like this, if running's not your thing, it's a bit of a whole new world, isn't it?
Yeah, I've just started in the gym.
Getting jacked.
Cannot feel my body. My arms and my shoulders, legs, everything's killing me right now, so it's different.
We love free thinkers. On the field and off the field. You may think differently from the mainstream, but that's what we love about you. Liberty. Free thinking loans.
From an ad break there to more pictures this morning of the Tan, as one of our race walkers finishes off. We see Tim Crosby down there with a big run sheet as our on-site commentator, and one of our race walkers there feeling the pinch from a lap around the Tan.
Yeah, I always was curious. Really hard race walking up up Anderson Street Hill.
Yep.
Knowing not a lot about race walking, but having seen it and spent time on teams with race walkers. But yeah, just the action and stuff getting up the hill, I think that would be quite challenging. And then obviously the run down the hill things would get a lot better. But yeah, great to see them out on the course.
As we see members of the public getting their Sunday morning exercise in, or
those
dog
those
walk.
dog leashes have caused a few headaches over my career.
Definitely one to
doing
keep an
1K
eye on.
reps down the Tan on a Saturday morning, and
an errant dog.
You're not sure if the dog's going to go left or right, and then whatever it is, you end up with a lead across your feet jumping. It's it can be
always tricky.
Any runner's worst nightmare. few runners giving thumbs up as they go past the cameras on track. Bit of a celebration. I think that's what the good part about this is. And you know, I've talked a little bit about the Melbourne Marathon I did at the end of last year, and it was so great. There's the first sort of mass participation race I'd done in a while, and just running around and seeing, you know, everyone just having so much fun, and you know, it's great to see that again today. And yeah, everyone's sort of coming with different goals, and yeah, getting out there and doing their best. And I think that's the key to it today.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point as well, in that as much as we have noted that all these things are relative to every runner, or, you know, everyone's got their own goals when they're out there, it's the same thing as well, in that everyone's achievements today will mean something different for everyone. We're all in different stages of our various journeys in exercise, and yeah, it's good to have a big event like this to sort of, you know, either mark the start of your exercise for the winter, or maybe the wrap-up of your summer efforts.
Yeah, and everyone's sort of got different stories coming in as well. You know, someone could have had a little niggle and they're not really sure if they're going to get round, or, you know, they've had a bit of a compromised, you know, lead up, and they're just, you know, maybe they've, you know, going into the race thought, oh, you know what, I might pull back in the first half, and, you know, changing, you know, everyone sort of has a different sort of story coming in and a different outcome, and I think that's sort of the beauty of it. But as well, you know, running around and feeding off the energy of other people, and sort of seeing, you know, people in the same hurt, and, you know, going through the same sort of feelings you are through the run. I think that's, you know, running's such a simple thing. It's literally one foot in front of the other, and throughout my career, you know, I meet people like, why do you do it? How do you do it? And it is simple, but it's there really is something beautiful about it. I can't really sort of explain it. So
yep, definitely a different experience for all out there, as we see some of our members of the public taking a well-earned deep breath there, coming over the finish line.
Some footage on camera on the side.
And we are just
Impatience is a virtue. When you know what you want, waiting isn't an option. New Balance, we got now.
Now, Jeff, as we were discussing earlier this morning, we do have a pretty healthy men's field here today as well. They will go off a little bit earlier than the women's field, which will wrap up the day. How do you see the men's race panning out?
Yeah, again, like the women's race, we got some runners coming at it from different angles. You got Liam sort of coming from the marathon down, you know, and through our track season, he ran a lot more 5Ks just to sort of try and, you know, get a bit more speed in the legs, coming off some big marathon blocks. And so we saw him sort of pushing the pace a lot in the races over 5K. So I think he's probably going to have to do something similar. So I expect him to sort of get up to the top of Anderson Street in the lead and pushing hard. Then we've got a few other athletes like Jack Bruce, who went to the University of Arkansas and has a 13:28 5K PB. You know, he's sort of been in those top 5 throughout the domestic season in the 5K, and yeah, sort of an interesting range. Got that 10K range and that 3K range.
There we go. We're greeted by some of our previous tan PBs there. So Liam a 10:55, which I think he'd be able to do a bit of damage to, and Ben Buckingham, the Tokyo Olympian over the 3,000 metre steeplechase, he's got a particularly quick tan PB there.
Yeah, and he was in that race, I think it was 2020. I did it as well, and it was sort of, at that stage, it was just such a great opportunity because we'd been in lockdown and we were pretty starved of competition options. And like previously to that, I think I had a PB of 10:44 around the tan, which I think was about 11th overall, and that race come and just absolutely rewrote the record books. Like, I think the top 5 guys from that race put themselves inside the top 10. Stewie just missed the record, and it was like I was saying, like, we just don't get many opportunities to run it. And then not only that, but you know, we were able to assemble a really good field of guys pushing each other, and then not like on a tan relay leg like we spoke about in 10 relays. And you know, some of the times just blew my mind, and I think it was just because, yeah, when you don't race it very often, you don't get an opportunity. And it's a little bit like, you know, on the track when we run 8s and 15s, you sort of get multiple opportunities and you kind of figure out the race and where you need to push, and you run the tan and you don't really know where it's going to hurt and when you can go hard and when you can relax. And I think the boys just went, Stewie just took off flat out, and everyone just followed tune, and you know, we saw some pretty remarkable times. So Bucks is 10:35. Obviously really impressive, and I think, you know, a good opportunity for James Hansen and Liam. They'll absolutely smash through their tan times here today. But you know, we know Bucks pretty well, and he's sort of coming off a little bit of an injury, missed majority of the track season. So I think he's going to be a little bit underdone. Otherwise, he would have been really dangerous. He's always a great racer, and if he's hanging around long enough, he'll be sneaky in the last bit. But I kind of think he'll feel the pinch somewhere around the middle, and the elastic band will break. You know, as I said, I think Liam's going to push the pace early, and I sort of expect Jack to go with him, and then probably he's going to have to maybe then take it on after that, because they won't want to keep James Hansen and Cam Griffith, who ran the 1500 at the Nationals, in there for too long. And Cam's also ran 7:47 for 3K this year indoors, so he's going to be really dangerous.
Yeah, Cam's an interesting one as well. Oh, and
Just
we are going to throw over to the Lord Mayor.
Tim.
here with Sally Capp. Probably the biggest smile actually going around at Run the Tan. But Walk the Tan, how'd you go out there, Sally?
Well, to get my PB walking the tan, I did have to run a little bit.
That's
I'm feeling good.
Feeling good. That's understandable. We've seen a few people do that. Now, you said you haven't done the tan all that much. What was the most difficult part of getting around that lap?
There's no doubt you hear the groan as you turn that corner into Anderson Street, look up that hill, but that's the time to accelerate. Lots of people enjoying themselves. Really a lot of admiration for those who have trained hard this morning. But great to see people with dogs, people chatting, people with friends and family, and that's really a great thing for Melbourne.
Yeah, it is. Everybody coming out of lockdown now, obviously very excited to exercise. Anzac Memorial going on tomorrow. How's it looking over there?
Oh, it's getting so set up. I'll be there at about 5:15 tomorrow morning, and very excited about that. We're expecting record crowds. And look, there are so many people that are cheering runners and walkers on as you go around the tan. It's that sort of support that I think Melbourne's really famous for. But I think you've motivated me.
I've motivated to run. Are you saying to run next year's one? Are we gonna say that?
Or to become a sports commentator, one or the other.
If I could motivate you, you've actually motivated me. I might come for your job. I might come for the Lord Mayor position. But Sally, if you have anything to say to all the Melburnians out here this morning, I know you've said it's fantastic to see everybody out here. We truly appreciate that you've come out here. But anything to say to all of Melbourne?
I'd just say thank you for coming, have fun, and make sure you really enjoy Melbourne, which is at its best today, but not until you've done a run or walk around the tan.
Absolutely. This is what it's all about. Sally, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming down here, being a great ambassador. And Tim, a lot of smiles down here from Sally.
Fantastic to see the Lord Mayor there, Sally Capp, getting out and supporting a big local sporting and charity event.
And even just seeing Mitch, he's doing well on the interviews.
Mitch, for anyone
some good energy coming out there. Yeah.
He's a character on our sort of more local circuit, so it's good to see him taking well to interviewing some higher profile sport and political candidates.
Yeah, I don't know how well he goes serving as our Lord Mayor, so
I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably good that.
I don't know if Mitch would be a shoe-in for the Lord Mayor job.
We'll keep Sally in the role, I think.
Interesting input as we see some different angles here of the tan. This is more sort of as you come down back towards the finish line.
I'm just going back to the men's race. Whip, what were your sort of thoughts? Where do you see the race going?
Yeah, I think we've got similar themes as to the women's race, with the tan being that sort of equaliser and athletes coming from the top end in terms of distances and the shorter distances relative to distance running. So I think someone like Liam will he's not a subtle racer. He does like to take things out pretty spectacularly hard.
He has to race to his strengths, which is
his
strength.
Is sort of
his endurance,
pushing everyone else off it. With early pace.
I was up at Falls Creek with him training in January, and he was punching out 240-kilometre weeks. Now, for anyone watching at home or even running today, some people don't drive that far in their cars in a week, and all while, doing it as a full-time electrician. So,
Liam is definitely one of the more eccentric stories in, for someone that's been to two Olympics and has competed really well on the international stage. He's a 2:10 marathoner, so he's definitely a guy that I don't know how he puts it all together in a week. But I remember we had
I couldn't do it.
I remember we had a junior clinic he was talking at, and now look, I don't know if he still does this, but at the time he was running marathons as well. And some of the younger kids ask, did you double? And by doubling, you'd mean did you run twice in a day? And he sort of joked. He said, "No, I've got to be at work. I've got to be at the job site at 5:36 in the morning. So I'm not going to run in the morning before work." So he'd just be putting in these 25, 30k afternoons, basically. Finish up work and see him down there on the Maribyrnong River, down near Aberfeldy at the Athletics Essendon track, just putting in the absolute shift of his life.
Yeah, well, up at Falls Creek, he was hitting 240k weeks, and he was doing 20, 25k sessions in the morning and then doubling back and doing an afternoon run with us. And he'd start with us because we'd only do 7k, and he'd keep going and double that and do another 15 to get to his 40k for the day. So,
jeez. Definitely,
honestly, it made me feel sick.
Definitely a slightly different distance.
Yeah.
We're powered by a leader in renewable energy, the mighty Snowy Hydro. Now that's real Aussie energy. Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
So do you have a tip for the men's race, Whipper, or?
Oh, as we were saying, I think in that there's a bit of a mixed bag of form. I think it'd be almost Liam's race to lose, but I think Cam Griffith has probably got the most consistent sort of form of sorts coming out of that bunch, probably closely followed by James Hansen in that he's recently run a 5,000 metre PB. So tough to tell in that they've all just run really different events at the National Championship. So we haven't really had a head-to-head of the whole group other than maybe that 3K in Sydney. I'd say Liam probably the favourite. Depends how much he's run today already, though. That'd be the juggle. But yeah, I'd say probably the best thing with the men's race is it should be quite close. I don't think there'll be a blowout winner from that group. Whereas in the women's, I think we'll get a fair bit of separation towards the end there.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some pressure put on in the middle stages from the women just to sort of feel them out. But
definitely.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, well, you mentioned Cam Griffith, and he's another athlete that's based in America with Team Man Elite.
Yep.
And obviously their seasons are different to ours, so you know, his sort of lead-in was more indoors, as well as I think he went on a pretty undefeated run over some road races from.
Yeah, he had an
5
interesting
6K.
sort of start to the season. Yeah.
Showed great form, and so it'll be sort of interesting also, you know, to see how, because we're at the Tan, we're not on track. It's a different kind of feeling.
Ball game.
It's a different surface, so you know whether the road exploits and what he sort of showed at the start of the year, you know, show here. And
as we see, one of our four-legged friends getting a photo at the
the
finish line there, very well behaved.
Yeah,
happily sitting there with its owner. Oh, there we go.
But
happy snaps.
For me, and I may be slightly biased. I took James Hansen over to Europe one year as a training partner, and the following year he moved from Tassie to Melbourne and lived with me to train.
Yep.
So I know a lot about his story, and he sort of had a bit of a later run into the season, and I think his first race was that 5K at Box Hill, and really tough conditions, and he sort of ran really smart. He kind of sat back in the group and ran through a lot of the guys that sort of struggled late in the race due to the conditions, and then was really on the way up, and then got COVID just before the Nationals.
Good.
But still managed to run really well and run a PB at our 5K. So I just think he's on the up, and he's that special mix of 5K, 1500, and I think that's sort of what it takes to be really good at the Tan, because you've got to have that strength, obviously, to get up the hill at Anderson Street. But I think if you've got some really kind of good turnover late in that race, you can really do some damage coming down past Sydney Mire Music Bowl. So I sort of think that's when, you know, he's probably going to make his move, and I think that could be the decisive one of that race. So that's my prediction for the men's.
Obviously a healthy mix of options there in both our men's and women's races, and we're not short on ability in any of those fields, so definitely something to watch as the day progresses and as we start to see a bit of development in each race. As we see here, the sun coming out, maybe the temperature picking up just a tiny bit. Still a nice, relatively cool morning in Melbourne for the 2022 Run the Tan. And we are not too far off our schools challenge, which I believe will kick off at 10 a.m. And an ever-present feature of the Tan, everyone's four-legged pals getting to know each other a little better there. Hopefully, good to see them off course in the grassed area, getting acquainted, as dogs tend to do.
Yeah, I have a little sausage dog named Hans.
Yeah, I have seen
pretty
Hans
well
in the
known
past.
in the running community because I take him everywhere. Yeah, opted for a sausage dog just for their athletic prowess.
Yeah, being all of sort of about an inch off the ground. How
Yeah.
does Hans go around the tan? Is he not much of a runner?
No, but I'd sort of coming back from Tokyo Olympics and we obviously had to quarantine for 2 weeks and kind of got back into running, and just that change of loads ended up picking up a bit of an Achilles injury. And
you or the dog?
I did.
You did.
Yeah, so my rehab was just doing some sort of walk running around the oval down there at Alstonwick.
Yep.
So yeah, he started with me. He can get up to about 20 minutes around the footy oval.
Not bad.
And he's just driven by the anxiety of letting me out of his sight, really. But yeah, tongue hanging out.
Gets a bit stressed.
Quite funny, but I also live on my parents have a farm, a small horse property.
Yeah.
In southeastern suburbs, and he just loves getting there and running around and chasing rabbits and going down rabbit holes. So
he enjoys.
He's surprisingly athletic, given his small stature.
Well, as they say, sometimes it's not about the size of the dog in the fight, but the fight of the size and the dog. And as we see, one of our
you stuffed that one up, isn't it? The bark?
Yeah, bark, bite, size, fight. We'll get there. Apologies to our viewers. Yeah, we've got one of our pals there who's adorned a bib. Good to see him supporting the cause this morning.
If you could have any dog, Whip, any breed, if you're thinking,
dog.
you're ready, you're at that point in
You're
your
at
life
that point in your
ready
life
for a companion. And you've
as we see, one of our different sized four-legged friends cutting around the town here.
Yeah, popular breed, the old cavoodle.
Yeah, they're a bit of a designer dog of late. I did. My last housemate had one of those. Ended up being basically me raising the dog. But
so what dog are you getting?
I feel like, as we were discussing earlier with Gavin Barron, one of the coaches of Abbey Caldwell,
Yep.
I have seen a lot of their kelpies, and I'd say if I ever got to the point where I had a big enough backyard, I think they are a very friendly dog, although they do need a spectacular amount of exercise. So
Yeah, well, you're either going to have to come up with some kind of app that's going to change the world so you can afford a big house in Melbourne, or you have to move to the country.
or move the dog around a lot. Yeah, I don't know if I'd go the tiny dog, but I do see the appeal in that, they are a bit more portable and don't need quite as much of a run around as
Beach
we
towel front seat, Chuck Hansi on the front, just easy.
As we do see, I think we've got some
schools.
members from Caulfield Grammar there lining up for our Battle of the Schools.
Yeah,
so
well, earlier we
Trinity and Wesley. So
we did see Luke Matthews and his mum Elizabeth Matthews, who's a prominent coach
in the school scene. Yeah,
in the school scene, and guiding our
younger
our
athletes.
juniors. So it looks like Caulfield
So we see
Grammar have got a team down here.
Someone's made a good start to the day there with what might be a run and a six-pack of beer. It might be kombucha. I don't want to throw the gentleman under the bus too early, but he's getting his long weekend in order.
Wesley there as well.
Yep, super strong school in the APS system.
Yeah, well, this is
got Mentone Grammar as well.
This is good to see, Whip, because I've just taken on a role as cross-country coach at Scotch, so
Be able to get a bit of a
I'm
bit
going
of
to
insight.
get a bit of insight into
The competition.
what I'm up against before round one at Hailbury in a couple of weeks.
So some of the schools that are more synonymous with sort of dominating that Melbourne cross country or track and field scene there, we've got Caulfield Grammar, Camberwell Grammar, Haileybury, who are a perennial sort of contender, along with one of their close rivals when they do meet at a state championship for cross country, where we see the APS and the AGS clash there with Marcellin College. Melbourne Grammar School, Mentone Girls Grammar, Mentone Grammar, Tintern Grammar, so that's a little bit of a trip, I think, a Tintern.
Ringwood,
yep. And Trinity Grammar and Wesley College. So we've got a healthy mix there of APS and AGS schools, and some of our GSV girls schools as well. So it'd be interesting to see them in what's probably their pre-cross country hit out before the relays at Gels Park.
Yeah, Wesley really, over the last couple of years, have been probably the strongest team in the APS. Tim O'Shaughnessy as coach, got some really good juniors.
We see Logan Janetsky down there from Wesley, who's one of their better junior athletes. I think performed quite well at the under-20 nationals and does have that distinctive blonde mop of hair.
Yeah, well, I was watching the coverage from Stall on the weekend, and Mitch, what's Langbourne?
Langbourne, yeah. From
Um,
Westbourne Grammar.
Yeah,
Oh, is it Wesley now? I think. Yeah.
Wesley boy, but I think he starts his journey. He's from the western suburbs and gets a train at the crack of dawn to get into school.
Mitch is usually more of an 800, 1500 guy, but he's best known for having
leading.
Next to no fear of the lead. He often our juniors, when they're up at nationals, they'll run their age group race and will then jump in the open race to maybe run a heat with their older athletes. And Mitch almost threw a bit of a spanner in the works for the older guys in taking off like an absolute bullet in the open heat. And I think
I think he went through in 51.8, and the rest of the field
were a bit confused.
A 30-metre gap, which was probably a little bit disrespectful. But it was torrential rain that week in Sydney, which was unfortunate for Athletics Australia and all the competitors. But I love to see that in the kids. I think you got to have that mentality, that no fear mentality, and if you can kind of take that into the open age, it's going to serve you well. So, but we've got a pretty strong contingent. Also seeing Craig Mottram walking around. He's
floating
the
around there.
Coach at Hailbury, so hopefully passing on some of his expertise.
A few tips
around the tan to his runners. There's a beautiful mullet right in the back there too. That's not a
He's certainly a popular haircut amongst the younger generation of athletes these days.
It's not one of Dave Colbert's sons, by any chance, is it?
I don't know. Bailey's a long jumper, I think, so I don't know.
Yeah, but Wesley.
Yeah, I don't know whether they would have conned him in for the participation run this morning or not. But we'll soon find out. As we are only a minute or two away from the start of our schools challenge here at the 2022 Run the Tan.
Looks like we're about to head off, Sean.
Yeah, as we see Logan Janetsky and the blonde mop there. He's got PBs of 8:12 and 14:22 for 5,000 metres. So I think will probably be the class of the field there for the slightly longer distances. So look for him
Logan probably pushing. He was pushing for World Junior selection and probably one of the few unlucky guys that missed out because it was such a
deep year.
Yeah, talented field this year.
Yeah, so we've got
straight to the lead.
Logan straight to the lead with probably be unusual for Mitch not to be leading. Mitch Langbourne there just on the left of your screen when they cut back to the lead pack.
Yeah, Mitch probably also realised it's 3.8k round, so
not 800 metres. Yep.
Yeah.
So as we
it
see,
will actually be interesting to see, from just a general onlooker and interested party, how he kind of fares over the longer stuff, and kind of just to sort of learn a little bit more about his physiology. We know how well he can go over 800 metres, but yeah, just sort of what his aerobic capacity is like, and you know, the potential for success sort of as he gets a little bit older.
Yeah, and obviously we've got some of our keen parents there getting a few snaps to the start line as we cut back to the lead pack, as we've got 3 of the gents from Wesley, one of our Melbourne Grammar runners, and I think a Haileybury runner just tucked in behind there.
I think that's Melbourne Grammar, isn't it? We got Bailey Morrell as well.
Yeah, Bailey Morrell there on the right.
1500 metre runner.
Yep.
She's got some good depth, Wesley.
Yeah, good recruiting strategy down there with Tim O'Shaughnessy.
I haven't seen Reece Hatfield, but he is another Wesley boy that's very talented.
Yep, doesn't miss a beat. So they'll come up here just to the. Well, this will basically be the separation point if anyone's pushing it a bit hard, in that the famous Anderson Street
they'll be
hill.
cresting the taking a right hand turn.
Interesting to see how the e-bike handles this, but we'll soon find out. Logan managing to navigate the 2 little poles there on the inside rail.
And a couple of walkers.
I was going to say, I think this will be the trickiest bit for the e-bike in getting up the hill versus the runners. So we'll get to see.
I've seen a few of those e-bikes, Deliveroo and all them, and they whip around the city. So
get to see what sort of pace we've got on the portable camera as we see some other school athletes setting off on their lap around the tan. So I think we've, as predicted, we've got some separation already there at the top end, and I think
Hills are just.
I think Logan Janetsky's taken off. But I think we'll cut back and forth between a few cameras we've got stationed around the town this morning, and see what parts of the race we can keep up with, as we see more of our runners here from schools like Caulfield Grammar and Trinity cutting around the town. And we're going to have one of our on-site commentators, Tim, who'll be joined by Luke Matthews.
Hey Tim, I'm standing down here with Luke Matthews, the man of Modex, and we are tucking into these things. Luke, before I ask you any questions about athletics, can you talk to me a little bit about what we've got in our hands here with Modex?
Yeah, so it's a drink that I partnered up with maybe 6 months ago, I think it was, and it uses a pine bark extract, and it's good for both pre and post exercise. So it's been great.
Well, I don't exercise, and I'm wrapping my lips around it and having a great time doing it. Obviously, we've got Marcus and Dave down here. They're doing a fantastic job. Come and grab yourself some. I thought it was pills when I first picked it up, and I was delighted to know that it's a liquid. So get down here, get some of this into your system, and they're doing a great job down here at Modex. Now, Luke, how are things, mate? Obviously, if you don't know Luke Matthews, Olympian, Commonwealth Games medalist, everything like that. How are things tracking for you at the moment, though, big fella?
Yeah, not too bad. I've had pretty much 2 years of back-to-back injuries, but I had surgery 2 months ago, so I'm just on the comeback from that at the moment, and hopefully back running at a decent load in maybe the next few months to prepare for next year's World Champs and then hopefully the Paris Olympics.
Well, I mean, you would have done a fair few laps around this town. What's your fastest time? I notice your name's not on the board, but it's got to be pretty close, surely.
Yeah, I think I checked ages ago and it was about 25th, but it's probably dropped to like 40th now. But my PB from when I was 19 was 10:55.
You'd probably be the only man who actually checks beyond the board to know where they sit on the leaderboard. But look, there's a fair few great men and women running today. Anybody in particular that's standing out to you, or anybody you think is going to absolutely blow them out of the water?
I haven't had a good look, but I saw Razor Ray was here, so he's probably one of my favourite AFL personalities. So I'd like to see him racing. But if not, I've seen Tom Thorpe and who else for the females? Maybe Jessica Hull?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a crack. I think Jess Hull's definitely going to get under there. If we can find Razor Ray, that would be fantastic. I did see him walking around as well. But look, everything is coming up for you. Obviously, as you mentioned, you're now getting back.
All right, Mitch,
you're getting into the court.
leaders coming through. So Logan... Let's look at the time check at the moment. Oh, I can't see the clock. So 10, it's going to be a ripper here. I said I'd get a tattoo if he breaks my time of 11:16. It looks like I'm off to the tat parlour. Logan Janetsky, look at that time.
We're getting ready for the finish of our schools race here, as we've called it, Jeff. Logan Janetsky of Wesley College taking the win there. Pretty happy with himself.
Yeah, I'd love to know what time he ran. Because he looked like he's moving pretty well, and loving the bleached blonde hair as well. Real Messi, Lionel Messi-esque.
I did see him up in Sydney at Nationals and asked him how that one was going to go with school, and he said, I'll have to find out when I get back. So it's definitely rolling the dice.
The Melbourne Grammar boy ran through real well.
Yep, and
so it looked like he was sort of gapped at the top of Anderson Street from the footage we could see. So
yeah, Mitch Langmore.
coming through.
Not too far behind, but yeah, probably a little bit further than our 1500 man is used to. As we wait to see who else managed to stay within shouting distance of those strong front three runners.
And great to just hear from Luke Matthews. I actually caught up with him yesterday. I had the same surgery he had in 2018, so we've sort of been chatting about rehab.
Swapping notes?
Yeah, calcaneus osteotomy, which is some bone cut out of the back of your calcaneus, bursa removed, and a clean up of the Achilles. So it's pretty...
not particularly comfortable.
Yeah, not particularly great, but I had a great result with mine and was able to sort of get back to full training and competing and make Tokyo. So hopefully, we can see the same with Luke leading into Paris.
So not just yet, but we will eventually see if we can round up Logan Janetsky for a bit of an interview. One of the fun parts of the day for some of these younger athletes, getting a bit of media training in with the likes of Mitch Dyer, which I'm sure they'll survive that. See strong support. Oh, there we go.
Quickly, Logan. Tim said he's getting a tattoo. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so on the start line he told me like, oh, what's your PB? I said 11:30. He said my PB's 11:16, and if I run quicker than that, he'll get a tattoo.
I can't wait to one, see what the tattoo is, and two, I don't know why Tim's telling everybody his PBs. But anyway, Logan, how did you find the lap? Obviously you found it pretty well. You smoked it. How'd you go about it?
So we went out pretty hard up until Anderson Street and like sort of settled in, but I didn't let it settle for long. As soon as we got to the hill, that's when I really pushed it on. And then when I got to the top, I just sort of cruised it down.
Rode the downhill, which we love. You've had an amazing season this year. Obviously, we were just talking about it, 14:20 for the 5K, a fast 3K in there as well. Winter season coming up, is that what the focus is, or do you take a little bit of time off?
So I've just had my break, actually. This is my first race back. So I'll definitely be looking towards Bundoora, State Cross Country and Nationals, yeah.
Beautiful. Well, I think Wesley's coming through in numbers. You're also probably the coolest looking kid that's come across the line with the double studs and the chain. Logan, well done today. Anything you want to say to any rival schools or to all the Wesley people coming through?
Yeah, well, you better watch out in the APS.
Thanks very much for that, Logan. Well done today, mate.
Thanks there, Mitch. All right, was this our second female coming through now? Cushy Diol, but Sophie Hall took out the women's race. She was probably about 13:20 something, I think, for Sophie. A good win there. Cushy Diol from Wesley coming in second. Now Amber Lowe, she'll take that third position here in the individual female event. So 3 of our girls already through. And what a great event this is. Good to see so many of the schools represented here. And we'll be waiting to see how those teams event and the participation award goes here. But our first 3 male and females already across the line here in the school event. So next up
Battle
will
of the
be
Schools
the
boys race winner, Logan Janetsky. Obviously, as we discussed there, Jeff, he's setting his sights on Bundoora and some of the more staple school cross country events. But sounds like his coach might be in for a tattoo.
Yeah, well, I've just been watching Drive to Survive. And,
Yep.
I think season 3, Daniel Ricciardo's driving for a Renault, and if he got a podium, which would be Renault's first podium, then Cyril had to get a tattoo. So Dan Ricciardo was planning a tattoo for Cyril. So maybe Logan's doing the same.
Got a similar arrangement.
Yeah. And I'm going to be planning on how to try and beat Logan at APS cross country in a couple of weeks. So
it looks like a big task.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging, especially given don't know the official time, but he beat Tim O'Shaughnessy's time around the 10 of 11:16. So yeah, moving well.
Anyway, so let's just, how are you trying? This was nice, so good.
Second place, and unfortunately not here in a time of 14:27. It is Kate O'Connor. And our winner today in a time of 13:22, it's Maddie Gwynn. Darren, that's a bit tall for you. So, presentations made by Run the Tan organiser and great man, Darren Templeton. So, big congratulations to Darren for putting on this wonderful, magnificent event back down here at the Tan Track. Congratulations, Priya, Kate, and also Maddie on the public fun run. So, well done.
Alright, just another shout out to Liberty Finance for the support and live music. Alright, Shane Warren was a very key ambassador and Run the Tan last year, and we'd like to give a warm welcome to Jackson Warren. Give him a round of applause. This is one of Warney's favourite songs, Summer of '69.
So once again, presentation will be made by Darren Templeton, organiser of Run the Tan. Let's turn our attention.
I got my first real 6-3, bought it at the 5 and dime, played it till my fingers bled. Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school. They had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Joey got married. Should've known, never get far. Oh, well, I look back now. Summer seemed to last forever. Oh, and when you held my hand, I knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. Oh, yeah. Interns and complaining when you got a job to do. Spend my evenings down at the drive-in, and that's where I met you, yeah. Standing on your mama's porch, you told me that you'd wait forever. Oh, when you held my hand, I knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. Oh yeah, back in the summer of '69. Yeah, we were killing time. We were young and restless. We needed to unwind. I guess nothing will last forever, forever. And times are changing. Look at everything that's come and gone. Spend my evenings down at the drive-in. I think about someone and what went wrong. Standing on your mama's porch, you told me that you'd wait forever. Oh, when you held my hand, I knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. Oh yeah, back in the summer of '69. Back in the summer of '69. Oh, me and my baby. Back in the summer of '69.
Cheers.
A bit of the pieces on about the floor. How was I to know it was gonna be a war? Words of sorrow and words of spite, ringing in my head all through the night. Don't you know it's a crying shame when you got yourself to blame? Don't you bloody sweat. The morning's gonna come, but it ain't here yet. Don't you know it's crying shame? Well, you got yourself to blame. Don't you know it's crying shame? Got yourself to blame. Don't you know it's crying shame? Well, you got yourself to blame. Don't you know it's crying shame? You got yourself to blame.
So we are back down at the start line and we're off in the Emergency Services and Celebrity Challenge. So we're going to see a whole host of individuals here from across Victoria's Emergency Services groups cutting a lap of the tan. And I think some of them are also raising some money for their various institutions.
What would be really cool is if they a bit more identical. You know, you could see
I think
the police, the fireys, the ambos, all those things, and it was like a full-on
in kit,
head-to-head.
I think last year
you could kind of like
there were a few guys from the fireys that did it with all the kit on.
Oh,
which would have taken some time. And
yeah, I have a good friend who just applied for the fire. He got through to the last stage, and it's one of the hardest things to get into.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to be
for a full timer. Yeah.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, just an outstanding human to get into those kind of things.
Tough to
they
get a
test
gig.
on so many different things. But I guess you need to be you need to know what you're doing if you're going to be running into
flames
and some pretty
other interesting situations.
Yeah, crazy situations. So yeah, they do an incredible job for us. So we're very thankful. What if you had to pick an emergency service, what do you think would have the prowess over the
over the running?
Yeah.
Oh, I think
lap of the tan. Who would you have your money on?
I don't know, because part of me thinks the fire service is probably the most like immediately active, but then yeah, in the police force you got to do a fair bit of moving around too.
Yeah.
So
I'd be on the fireys.
I think the fireys, there's
especially the MBF. There's
pretty high pressure
training.
to stay fit. Yeah.
Looks like we got Chrissy Swan. Was she the Queen of Moomba a couple of years ago?
She
maybe?
might have been, yeah, getting a bit of a nova.
And also just got a new show, which I actually think is quite funny.
Yeah, what show?
There's a panel on three sides, and they get comedians and different people on, and they tell these stories, and they're really far fetched, and you gotta like identify if they're true or false.
Yeah. Novel concept.
Yeah, Dave Thorne was on it, and that sort of inspired my choice of comedy festivals with Melbourne.
So figuring out which one to go
Yeah,
to.
comedy festival. I think it finishes tonight, actually. Month-long event. Yeah, got a big Nova crew out there this morning, which is good to see.
We are not too far away from our elite races. I reckon they'd be warming up at the moment. So just going over that again, the elite men's race will be the first cab off the rank as we see some of our celebrities rounding up. I think I can see Archie Thompson down there.
Hughesy.
Should be some bragging rights on the line here. But yeah, our elite men's race will be at 11:25 and the elite women will be at 11:45.
Actually got a message from Dave Hughes on Instagram a little while back after Rio Olympics. He was trying to get his head around the men's 1500 because it was 1 in 350 something. It was one of the slowest races in Olympic history, but it was, very slow and tactical and a massive burn up on the last lap, and he was trying to, get a little bit more information around why something like that might happen.
Yeah, definitely an element for everyone to consider in watching various running races, particularly something like Run the Tan today. You know, anyone that's a particularly high-end runner would probably have a much faster time for 3.8k if it was flat, but the course itself at the Tan is half the battle.
Sean, got any? I can see Archie Thompson there, and
goal today. Do you have one?
Well, I was actually planning on walking it, but now my best friend Xavier wants to run it, so we're going to probably go for 20 minutes.
I'll be watching the clock as you come through. So good luck, Jackson. Good luck, Xavier. Keep him honest around there. All right, Archie Thompson. How many times have you done the Tan track?
Oh, mate, a few times, but I reckon Jackson's got a couple of scooters hiding in the trees back down there. And have you seen his running attire? I reckon if I'm going to beat one person, I reckon I could beat Jackson.
Well, let's see. He's got a few years on you, Archie, so let's not get too cocky there. All right, Dustin Fletcher, can I just interrupt? 400 AFL games. How many times have you run the Tan?
I've run it a few times, but I was no endurance freak. So we'll see how we go.
No, well, good luck to you as well. So who we got over here? Emma, so you're changing sports here. You're going from you're a soccer player, going to a bit of a run around the Tan?
Sure am. Ready for the challenge. Got to put my best foot forward. Let's go for it.
All right, we're really looking forward to this. So just watch out for Dave Hughes because he's known to throw the elbows and shoulders. We know he doesn't play clean at all. I reckon we'll get you off in about 20 seconds time. Everyone ready? We'll go at 36. So ready? Are we on the line? Let's get ready to go. Look, Hughes, he's already got himself up there. All right, in 10 seconds we're going to get going. Let's get behind our celebs. Great number of them here. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's get our celebs underway. Thompson's gone for it. Look at that. I reckon Archie will be walking in about 400 metres time.
Celebrity race. My co-commentator Jeff Risley just noted a particularly spirited start there from Archie Thompson. We'll have to see how long that keeps up. It could
not the smartest tactic I would have thought.
Could be something he regrets in about 800 metres when he finds himself going up the hill.
Just out of curiosity, we've seen Dustin Fletcher, Archie Thompson, I think David Asprey's in there. Sarah played soccer. Who do you think would get around the Tan the best from those codes?
Well, I know obviously AFL's a bit more of a repeated sprints game. You've got to wonder how much of an emphasis each code places on running. And then I think that, as we see Jared Clifford there, one of our Paralympians warming up, I think the biggest struggle, to be honest, would be the footy players are usually much bigger guys. So I kind of think that maybe the soccer players would have a little bit of an edge, but at the same time the AFL teams do seem to put a pretty big priority on running ability. So I'd say maybe soccer by a nose.
Endurance underpins all the repeat sprint and your ability to run out a game. We've obviously got players like Isaac Smith and Sam Walsh in the AFL that, more have that leaner body type. But I think, generally speaking...
to be tight between a soccer midfielder and a footy winger or midfielder.
Yeah. I think even some of maybe the wing backs that really get up and down the pitch on a soccer match would, potentially... Maybe they would have the best physiology that would sort of lend itself to a good run around the Tan.
Yeah.
But, as well, you've got players like Luca Kai, who's, a big front man for Chelsea and probably looks a little bit more like a Harry Mackay. Well, not Harry Mackay, but your Tom Hawkins.
I think
kind of types that potentially would struggle around. So I guess, and that's the beauty of team sports. That's player positions are... require completely different physiology capacities, and yeah.
As we were discussing before, half the battle here at the Tan is not cooking the lap too early, which as we might see if Archie Thompson does make his way up to the top of the hill.
Yeah, well, it looked like he went off fast, but then maybe
toned it down briefly
because he wasn't in the initial picture.
No,
with the 3 or 4 guys across the front. So this this is our emergency services runners coming down up the hill.
Yeah, we got Dave Hughes there, just getting ready to head up Anderson Street.
I'm pretty sure Hughesy, he runs a lot. Does a lot of the major fun runs, and
yeah, he looked like he had paced himself well. They didn't look gassed just yet.
Whereas, well, I think running is his mode of
sport of choice.
Exercise, I guess. Yeah.
We have, I think, Archie Thompson possibly regretting some of his earlier decisions. There's a lot of upper body in that running style already. Could be a long day at the office.
Yeah, well, Archie obviously a striker.
Absolutely more of a goal poacher. I don't know how
poacher
much
in the box.
How much running would have happened?
Yeah, sort of that quick reflexes, quick over a few meters, and that like explosiveness to sort of make something happen from nothing. Yeah, interesting choice of attire from Jackson in the long pants for the run.
Yeah,
I think Archie was getting stuck into him in the pre-race interview there.
Yeah, you've got to think
bit restrictive.
You've got to think he's underestimated the temperature for the day, and he's turned up and thought, oh, it's nice and cold, nice and crisp. I've made the right choice, and then the sun's broken out from behind some cloud cover, and I think he's in for a very warm lap of the Tan.
Yeah, well, anytime you're exercising, you normally heat up regardless. So.
Boys, lift.
All right, now we got Mitch now. All right, he's on here. Mitch, well done out there. You're saying representing Vic Pole. How did you find the lap?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I usually run it about 3-4 times a week, so yeah.
So you're a regular here?
Yeah, you can find me down here.
Ah, so this is just water off a duck's back. This is just a casual run for you. You obviously, Vic Pole didn't do the Angela Taylor run this morning. Was that so you could be better prepared for Run the Tan?
Yeah, I haven't been feeling great the last couple of weeks, so I thought I'll just focus on this one and see how I go.
What a flex. No one's here to hear that you have been sick and just won, so that's phenomenal. So what else? Obviously, Vic Pole, pretty stressful job. Is it good to be able to get out here 3-4 times a week and release it all?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, finish work, go for a run, sort of refresh from the day, and then get home and new start.
Beautiful. Well, you look fresher than I do, which is incredibly embarrassing for me. But Mitch, well done. Anything you want to say to all of Melbourne or everybody here?
Oh, I don't know. It's good for everyone to be back out. I came out last year as a spectator, and yeah, good to get involved and see Melbourne back at its best.
Came out as a spectator, came here as the winner. Mitch, congratulations. Well done, mate. Fantastic run.
See you out here next year.
Mitch Dyer there with our winner of the emergency services race. Mitch, certainly a man well positioned for a spirited interview, and good to hear the role the tan plays in a bit of post-work exercise there for our winner. Looks like the first of our celebrities over the line there. As we'll stand around and see who makes up the celebrity podium. David Hughes in second. He looks pretty happy with himself there as he throws the head back coming over the line. We'll have to find out how close he was to his personal best. Looks like the winner of our celebrity men's race there, Josh Reid-Jones, the founder of the Just Be Nice project. So obviously runs his own organisation there, sort of shining a light on anyone in positions of inequality or disadvantage. So interesting form of social enterprise. But yeah, obviously a pretty happy win there today. No doubt we'll have an interview shortly. And then we've got Dave Hughes there looking relatively happy with himself. And two members of our Victoria Police team here crossing the line. And Archie Thompson has made it, has managed to run the whole way around, so good on him. It was a very enthusiastic start, but he lives to fight another lap of the tan.
Not just in Australia, but also in
Find the best. How did you find this lap of the tan?
Actually, surprisingly quite enjoyable. The hill at the start is ridiculous. I thought, no way I'm getting through this. But by the end, you start just rolling downhill and it's, yeah.
I mean, it'd be good prep for soccer, I imagine, getting around here. Did any of your other teammates get it? You couldn't recruit any of them to get out here? Or?
I mean, we've got Archie Thompson from Melbourne Victory also, so I think he got roped in.
I saw Archie go like a bullet out of the gun to get there. Speaking of bullets out of guns, Hughesy, This is your second one now. How'd you find it?
I came second again, so I've stayed the same.
Haven't improved place, but did you improve time?
I probably around the same time. I just had COVID, mate. Come on.
I know. I've had it twice. I know how bad it can be. It's a shocker. But you seem to have done a good job. Were you close to? You were pretty close to Josh. Were you battling it out?
Top of the hill, I thought I had Josh because he's obviously a very muscly guy, and I thought he'll blow up. But he rolled down that hill and just took off. So.
I'm not surprised. You and I stand next to him. We don't look too big. We'll get over to him here. This is actually the winner here, Josh. How did you find it? You know, we've heard these two. How'd you go?
Oh yeah, I thought I'd blow up. Honestly, I just went out hard and thought, hang on. But once you take the big guts to the top of the hill, it just carries you all the way down. So that was all right. Lifelong dream to race against Hughesy. So I fulfilled a lifelong dream today, which is great.
And even better, you beat Hughesy. You've got one over him now. You obviously do a lot of fantastic work as well for yourself. How have you found being able to get out and run now that Melbourne's open and juggling that with what you do?
Mate, it's the best. And anything that brings people together and with high fives and back pats and hugs and good vibes, mate, we're all about it. And it's great organisations that we're supporting here, and these guys have put on a fantastic event. So I think anything like this, after 2 years of everyone sitting in their living room, mate, the more the better. It's been wonderful.
It's great to have all you guys down here. I was about to say, did anyone know if we can get a pulse check on Archie Thompson? But you are standing, Archie. I don't think I've ever seen a faster start to the tan. Can you walk me through what was going on there?
I thought it was just 50 metres. And then the rest you can walk, but if you get past that one first, you win the race.
It would be a hard reality if you thought it was 50 metres and then seeing Anderson Street Hill. That couldn't have felt good. How'd you feel out there? I saw you collapse over the line. You must have given it everything.
Well, I got up the hill, and then when you haven't exercised for a while or run, every part of your body just starts aching. And I I don't know, I almost collapsed, I reckon, getting up the hill. But then I saw someone pass me, and I thought, that competitive juices started flowing again, and I tried to chase him down.
I was about to say the celeb race, it might be the most competitive one. You've all got that little bit of competitive edge. You said before, if you're going to beat one man, it's Jackson Warren.
Oh, yes.
We haven't seen him yet, so you've blown him out of the waters.
You got about 100 metres, and then...
He tucked into the walk, did he, after 100?
I think he was waiting for an Uber.
Well, once you mentioned the scooters, I had a bit of a look around, and a few of them did go missing, actually, as a matter of fact, when you started. But we'll see if we can get a few more people. Bernard, as well, how'd you find it, mate? It's you actually might look the best out of everybody here.
To be fair, running is not my thing. I don't really like running. But like Josh was saying, anything that gets people out here and out and about and on a cracking Melbourne day, it's got to be good, right? And I'm an ambassador for 1 in 5, which is one of the partnering sponsors of the race, and this is a charity sort of for mental illness, and something like this is really great for your mental health. Just getting out, even if it's walking or running and stuff. So it's it's a great day out for everyone.
Absolutely, it's great to see so many men talking about mental health as well. Obviously, a little bit of taboo for a long time, but beautiful to see so many people coming together. Did you expect to finish up this high, or what were you expecting coming into it?
Look, to be fair, I was watching Hughesy actually. I had him in my sights, and I'm like, if I just put in a little bit of extra effort, I might catch him. But again, on the hill, he kind of took off because he was chasing after Josh here. So
is Hughesy the pinnacle? It seems like everybody just wants to beat Hughesy.
Yeah, Hughesy is because he's such a competitive beast. It's kind of like he's the chased, he's the scalp you want.
I'm sure he would love to hear that, having come second twice now. We'll see if we can we see Dustin Fletcher make his way through the line now as well, also with another celeb. So we'll try and get these guys down here. But thank you so much, guys, for coming down and being great ambassadors for the event and mental health.
Kind of age is the speed of a tram low on oil.
What?
Oh, we don't love low oil trams. So you moved all right for a low oil tram though. How'd you find the lap? 3.86k. That's pretty far.
I found it much more longer than I expected. I thought it was going to be like when I was going down the hill in the more dense part of the bush. I was expecting the next turn to be the finish, and then I basically had to do the whole thing again.
Yeah. It ain't fun, is it? I was saying it's a bit of a wasteland feeling over the back. You don't know if you're going to make it. If you keep talking this well, you might also take my job. But what else you got for me?
So the footy play, the Essendon footy
Dustin
play.
Fletcher.
Dustin
This
Fletcher.
man here. Yeah.
He was my component. I think he was my opponent. I was against him the whole time.
And you got him, because Dustin's just finished, so you've beaten him.
I think I did, yeah.
You've got his measure. We'll get him over here. Dustin, did you know that you were competing against Fox, or is that news to you?
I could see him in front of me, and I thought, when should I go? And then he found a burst, and I was gone. So he's done well.
You hate finding another gear. How did you find it? Were you talking about 400 football games? What was harder, the 400 or this?
Probably the 400, but I enjoyed it. It's a nice day, and it's great to see everyone out about having a bit of fun. So.
Nah, it's a cracker. Do you run a bit around here? Is this sort of, you've come out now and just had a go?
No, I probably should start running a little bit more, but yeah, I'm back doing stuff in the sports industry, so it's probably now I start at 47 to get back into it properly.
That's a great age to get back into it. Well, I'm glad you found it okay. It's a cracking morning for it. We'll see who else is around here, but you've all done a great job. Thanks, Dustin.
Dyer doing a fantastic job at canvassing the crowds there, getting amongst a number of our celebrities having a run today. And as we touched on before, different emotions for that entire celebrity group. Some former athletes, some current athletes, and everyone getting out there and having a good time at the 2022 edition of Run the Tan.
Yeah, it's so interesting just to hear them talk about their experience.
Yeah, the young and the old of it there.
Yeah, the joking and competitiveness to try and beat Hughesy. It's it was great to see.
Yeah, Hughesy, a marked man at these things. Must have a bit of a reputation as a bit of a runner.
I wonder if it's just because Hughesy is so vocal and so you see him everywhere. He's the guy that people want to get.
Our school races there, just wrapping things up. Not too long now, and we'll have our elite race walkers taking off, and from there then we'll move into the elite para race with a couple of our Paralympians, and then on to the open men's and women's races.
Archie did joke that Jackson caught an Uber, but he's just rolled through this.
He survived.
Just rolled through this.
Just taking him a little bit longer.
I think I need to buy a pair of running shoes because my knees are cooked.
Yeah, I think running in the are they Dunks, Nike Dunks? It's an interesting choice. You two have run side by side. That's got to make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, this is me, my best friend Xavier since ELC3. We've known each other for nearly 20 years, and he does triathlons and everything. So I said today, can you just jog and walk this with me? And he said, of course. So good to do it with my best friend, but. Yeah, thank you.
No, that's beautiful. It's great to have you down here. So Xavier, to put the brakes on, help Jackson through. How do you hold up? He might be a little bit modest. How do you think he went?
No, I thought he did really well, and trying to get him to jog a lot of it, but happy to walk it as well. No, it's really
I bet so if you come with some shorts and some running shoes next year, I reckon you'll do a great job. It's so good to have you down here, Jackson, and obviously speaking for a lot about men's mental health and everything like that. Very important for us all to come out here and exercise.
Yeah, of course. I think for your own mental health, exercising is the #1 thing over diet, over... I know. Thank you. But yeah, I think running and exercise for your mental health should be the #1 priority. Add cold showers or going in the water. You know, we're surrounded by water. It takes 20 minutes to go for a swim and you just feel great after it. You just want to be nice to everyone. Your skin, water, just everything. Exercising, you should definitely do it for your mental health. It's important.
Yeah, absolutely. And anything you would say to sort of young men out there who might be going through a bit of a tough time or unsure what to do or who to talk to, it can be a little bit difficult. Is there anything you would recommend?
However you're feeling right now, it won't last forever. Just surround yourself with good people, your family, and just try and keep busy and exercise and keep fit. Don't go into a dark pit of, you know, not wanting to go out or drinking too much. Just have a good balance, surround yourself with good people, exercise, drink water, and you'll be okay.
Well, you've kicked your Sunday off beautifully. Next year, I can't wait to see you in some shorts and some good shoes. Concerning Archie was almost celebrating that you survived the lap, but next year you'll be winning the lap. Well done to you as well, Zav. Thanks so much, boys. All right, we are here with Deputy Commissioner Rick Nugent. He's come down here. You ran it last year, Rick. A bit easier, a bit harder. How'd you find it?
I was about the same as last year. I probably had a couple of glasses of red too much last night. But no, it was good. It was really good. I couldn't quite pick up the guy in front of me, but he helped me push myself along a bit.
So long as he pulled you along the way. It's obviously been a pretty crazy 2 years as well. Coming out of COVID, Vic Pole, you would have been all under the pump. Is it important for everybody to get out and just run and release all of that?
Oh, absolutely. And of course, it's not just police. The whole emergency services co-order people have done an outstanding job for 2 years, and really a big call out to the nurses and the doctors and the medical staff. You know, really challenging. But not just emergency services, as we know, people right through our community have struggled over the last couple of years. So this event is just outstanding in support of mental health and well-being of people.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what it's about here this morning. Now, were you expecting to beat a few more people that you were here with for the emergency service, or were you the first emergency service through? Well, I didn't see you come through. You were going that fast.
Nice I was. Well, we also had the Angela Taylor run this morning on at Albert Park Lake, so a lot of police there. I think about 800 people ran there this morning. It just happened to collide with the event here at the Tan, but many of the other guys to my left here, many police and other emergency services ran that run as well as coming here. So it's just fantastic to see so many people here in support of such a good cause.
Absolutely, yeah. My mum is there. She's obviously a police officer as well. You know her quite well, and I know the amazing work that all you guys do. And thank you so much for all you do and all the emergency services. Do you have anything you want to say to Melbourne, everybody here at Run the Tan?
No, just thank you all so much. Brilliant day in Melbourne and a great event. Thanks.
Beautiful. Thanks so much, Rick.
What does it take to be a real Aussie energy provider? For starters, it helps to be Australian owned. At Red Energy, we're 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro. It also means keeping jobs right here in Australia and being powered by a leader in clean, renewable energy. Now that's real Aussie energy. Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Just an insight here on the elite race walking field. So we'll have a bit of international flavour as well with Quinton Rowe, who's one of the New Zealand Olympic race walkers, and a few of our own Olympians in Riddy and Cowley, Beck Henderson, Jai Montag as well, and Declan Tingay too, and Kyle Swan. So pretty healthy representation here from the race walkers. Be a bit of a different challenge to them than usual. They're usually held on some pretty flat courses, but yeah, good to see all walks of athletics being involved. I know went to high school with Riddy and Cowley. He was a year above me, and believe it or not, a lot of the race walkers do a fair bit of running for their training. So I know Riddian's run a couple of the Zatopek, some of the 10Ks, and I think he's run just on or just under 30 minutes. So pretty good runners in their own right usually, but it'll be interesting to see how they go today around the Tan.
Yeah, also quite often turns up for Glen Huntly Athletics during the cross-country season and runs, so I've raced against him quite a few times.
And here we've got our elite parafields, of course, with our Paralympians Down Kenzie and Jared Clifford and they'll have some interesting competition in the form of Reece Langdon, who's just recently got his international para classification ticked off, and is a 351-ish sort of 1500 runner in his own right. I think he's run sort of around 14:30 odd for 5k, so should offer a bit of competition. But Jared Clifford will be probably the class of the field for those not familiar. Jared's a visually impaired athlete, so if ever you see any results with his name, he'll have a little number next to it. And effectively, if you've ever met Jared or had a chat to him, if you're standing any more than about 5 metres away, you're pretty hard pressed to figure out who's there. So his vision is pretty severely impaired, but I think he's got. I don't know if he's running with a guide today or not. He typically runs with Tim Logan as his guide runner to make sure he doesn't run into anyone or anything. But yeah, definitely a runner who's running a lot of the able-bodied races as well, and is a pretty brave athlete when it comes to putting himself in some pretty hairy racing situations.
Also renowned for just doing crazy athletic feats.
Just enormous training. I think, what did he do in lockdown, Jeff? He ran around his entire suburb, I think it was, on Strava.
It looked quite interesting on Strava, but
around 50-something.
Also
K.
just randomly rocked up to pace a marathon one day and just decided
just to break the
why not just
break the world record
rather than pull out at 30k, why don't we just go the full? As we spoke about earlier, this is the start list for the men's elite the tan. Obviously quite a few athletes without performances here because it is not a regularly run race around the tan, and even the PBs don't quite reflect the athletes just because they haven't had an opportunity to race it or it's been at the wrong time of the year. So I expect to sort of see quite a few runners smash through their PBs, but you know, as me and Sean was sort of analysing the race earlier, Liam ran the marathon in Tokyo, and he's probably going to have to use his strength in this race and get out hard. And you know, you heard a lot of the celebrities on the stream earlier sort of saying how hard it was to get up to the top of Anderson Street, and I think that's where, if Liam's going to want to win the race, he's going to have to do a lot of his damage up to the top of there and sort of really make the guys work for it, and try and run the kicks out of, you know, more of the 15 3k guys like James Hansen and Cam Griffith. So
here we have our elite race walking field ready to go. Now we've got Ian Cowley front and centre there, so we'll keep an eye on the group and see how they get around comparative to some of our running times. So for anyone that's not familiar with race walking, the whole concept is that you've got to have 1 foot on the ground at all times. And now I know we do see a few photos floating around where 2 feet are off the ground, but it's a judged sport, so it's a bit like a technical endurance event. Here we've got Chrissy Swan and her group of Nova compatriots coming around down the bottom sort of sweeping bend of the tan, so probably about 500 metres off finishing.
I'm actually really interested to hear from the race walkers at the end of the race, and just how they found it. You know, like a lot of, you know, you talked about the World Walking Challenge meet in Oman, and they're on technically flat courses on the road, and now you're sort of throwing in a hill, and not only a hill, but you've got a surface that, you know, is gravel and moves underneath your feet, and you know, it's a different kind of contact with the ground when you're race walking.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they manage things, but at the end of the day, it's fantastic to see a sort of big variety of disciplines and types of races all coming into one.
And just for those at home, to kind of put into perspective how fast they are walking, I think Jemima, did she break the Victorian
5,000
metre record recently? Was it maybe 20:09?
Yeah, I think it was just near that 20-minute mark. So
yeah.
if you've ever been for a run yourself, that's an interesting bit of morning running kit on this big Saints fan by the looks of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you've ever sort of run a lap of your local footy oval, you'd have to be getting around in about 80 to 85 seconds to be going at a similar pace to some of the race walkers. So
still, a lot of people, you know, they want to get into running. They normally start with the 5k distance. You know, we talked about Couch to 5k. There's a lot of programs out there for those people, and you know, Over the last 5 years, parkrun just becoming so much more popular. You know, and that's a 5K distance. And if you're running under 20 minutes for 5K, you're in the top bunch.
Usually doing pretty well, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, these athletes are walking at that pace. So, yeah, it's quite unusual. And unique. It's pretty impressive what they're able to do. So here they're sort of coming up. They're going to be navigating a bit of traffic here.
Yeah, we've got a couple of dogs there. That
3 dogs.
That might be
They're going to have to split them
spot.
here.
Well, it's a skill set I think a lot of athletes get used to training at the TAM, which is sort of threading the needle here. And it looks like our dogs have stepped to the side, which is very kind of them. A little bit of... Yep, there we go. Everyone's sort of sticking to their right spots. So on the left there up front, we've got Declan Tingo from WA, who's sort of one of the big up-and-coming names in Australian and international race walking, with Riddy and Cowley, who's a 2-time Olympian, just on the right-hand side of your picture.
Yeah, very different sort of builds and physiques and,
I think Quinton
style.
Rogers
Like
there
Declan's obviously a bit thicker and shorter than what Riddian is. And Riddian's sort of long and lean, and looks like he gets a little bit more movement in his hips.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if we get any footage of them up the hill or not, but we might even see a bit of them coming down off the top of the hill. It'll be interesting to see how that's managed. We see more of our four-legged friends, a constant of the show this morning, with a good responsible owner there with the little doggy bag. Good to see. Our elite para field. Not too far off the start now.
Does look like Jared has got a guide here.
So the guide is someone who will be connected by a little bit of string around each person's wrist. So it's only about 15 centimetres wide, I think. So it's a pretty it'll stay pretty close, but is a really big part of any sort of Paralympic competition. You'll see many of the visually impaired runners with their guides to make things a bit easier, or make things safer, if anything. So you don't run into anyone. And we see some other elites swarming up a bit there. Zoe Buckman, an Olympian from years gone by.
And as you said, with the newly classified runner, Reese.
Yeah, Reese Langdon.
You know, a little bit unknown. You know, hasn't raced Jared much, but and more of an 8:15 kind of guy, actually leading it out. So it'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that, or you know, whether the strength of Jared being more of a 5'10", half guy kind of shines through.
Yeah, and Reese is an interesting one. He's got he's focused more on the longer distance lately. With he's run 8:25 over 3K and 14:36 for 5K, and even has got a 69:36 half to his name. But in his I think we've had. Our walker is back on the course. There we go. So, this one's skew if. But yeah, Reese in the past, he's run 50.4 in his junior days for 400 and 153 for 800. So he's got some wheels. So it'll be interesting to see if he can hang on with Jared and Jared's sort of fitness base. See how he goes. It could be a fun finish.
And our next race up, Sean, is the Elite Men's, which we've sort of spoken about a little bit, but for some of those viewers that are just recently tuning in, we've got Liam Adams, the Tokyo and Rio Olympian over the marathon. Jack Bruce, former Arkansas University 5K guy, 13:28. Ben Buckingham, 3,000 metre steeplechase representative in Tokyo, and then James Hansen, who has really good range from 1,500 all the way through to 5K, and probably hasn't quite had the breakthrough that he maybe had hoped, just because of COVID and the inability to travel and access competitions overseas. So I know he's looking forward to sort of heading away and getting into things. So they're only a few minutes away.
As we see Chrissy Swan and our big crew of Nova walkers getting ready to cross the finish line there. You see a big group of attendees out getting a lap of the tan in this morning.
So for me, the men's race, the takeaways is who's going to sort of take the pace early, and what's Liam going to do to try and break the other guys.
Yeah.
What does Jack Bruce do? Another real sort of strength-based guy, but more at that 5K. Does he, have to make him really hurt in the middle stages? And what do guys like Ben and Cam and Hansen do? And more the 3K kind of is their sweet spot. When do they move? How long can they hang in there for? When does the elastic band break? And guys kind of get put off the back. So I think that's going to be the most interesting part. The hill to Anderson, and then what unfolds after that, and who's in that group when they crest the top of the Anderson Street hill, and sort of who's looking good. So
yeah, definitely a variety of athletes turning up for a race, but no one that will want to be a spectator. Everyone will be there wanting to have their best shot at taking home the win for 2022. And we're just going to have an interview now.
1,500 at the Australian champs, Caleb Law.
Sorry, Tim, I'm just going to jump in here really quick.
Tamsin Lewis.
Tim.
Hello, Tamsin.
Oh, boy. Tim, I'm going to jump in here quickly because I've got a sea of red behind me, led by Chrissy Swan. Chrissy, how'd you find it? Walk me through the lap.
We've had the best morning, haven't we, ladies? Yeah. We're hiding from our partners and children. It is, we've just had a gorgeous morning, and I just had this crazy idea that I would do this thing, and then I said it on air, and all these women said, yes, I will join you. And it was just beautiful.
That is beautiful. I thought maybe you'd be tempted to grab a coffee halfway through, just take it chill, take it easy. But so good to see you all out here and away from your partners. Don't worry about them kids. You don't need to be interested in them. Will we have you back next year, surely? Has this got you over the line?
We'll come back next year, yeah? Absolutely.
That's exactly what we want to see. And how does this feel now? Melbourne out of lockdown, everybody out and about. How good was it being out there?
Magical, absolutely magical. I wonder when it's going to wear off the novelty of actually living, like leaving the house. Every time I leave the house, I get excited.
Oh yeah, it's never going to wear off.
Yeah.
We were locked in for so long. Yeah. Ladies, so good to have you all out here. Anything you want to cheer to the crowd, anything you want to say or promote to Melbourne?
Just go your own pace. It doesn't matter. Just get it done. And it's a joy. It's an absolute joy.
Well, it's an absolute joy to have you all here. Well done to Nova. Well done to the women here. And Tim, those men look ready to go down there.
They certainly are. We're going to go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Elite men are off. 10:08 the target time. Liam Adams, James Hansen out front. Lockie Hurd also up there. So the elite men are underway. Our next event up will be the elite females. They'll be going 11:45. So we'll be watching now for our race walkers. They should be coming through within the next 4 to 5 minutes.
Race is off. We'll try and keep an eye on how things develop. We can get a bit of a look at the front of the pack there.
Yeah, also the race has just changed dramatically because we've lost Bruce, Cam and Ben from the race. So
yeah, disappointing to
guys that
not
would really create a bit of spice.
We get that camera angle, a little snap back in a moment.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a shootout between Hansen and Liam, and I think Liam's just going to have to try and run the absolute legs off James, and James is just going to get the perfect sit, the whole way, and just going to have to try and move past him in the last sort of 500-600, I think.
see Amy Caldwell there finishing up her warm-up. We have had some news recently, unfortunately, that Lyndon Hall won't be taking part today in the race. She got collected by a golden retriever in the warm-up, and I think has hit her head pretty hard. So just going to play it safe there and go and get a checkup and make sure she's okay. So fingers crossed it's pretty minor, and hopefully she won't miss any running through that. But yeah, obviously a few changes in our men's and women's races with the ever-changing fields, as we see Liam Adams and, as Jeff predicted, James Hansen with Lockie Hurd, who's a first-time national 1500 metre finalist this year. And it's good we've got...
Run PBs over multiple distances this season.
Yeah, we've got a bit of an electric scooter out there to part the seas somewhat, as Dustin Fletcher phones home and says he's made it a full lap around the tan. And yeah, Liam in the distinctive tradies kit, which is his usual workwear, and James Hansen in the white singlet just on his left there.
So James is based in Launceston, but he's actually come to Melbourne for the next 2 or 3 weeks for a training camp with the Fast Ag Track Club, and Peter Bowl, before Peter Bowl, fourth in the 800 metres at the Olympics, heads off to Europe for some races. So James is, a bit short on training partners down in Lonnie, and sort of coming over here to join up with one of the Melbourne squads before he heads over to Europe himself to test himself over 1500 and 5k and try and put his sort of name in contention for Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, truly a truly international sport. Lots of planning in how everyone gets their year underway, and I think we're not too far off that women's race. We're just seeing those final warm-up preparations happen, and no doubt we'll see the men's elite race and some of the paras around the course as our camera angles shift throughout the stream.
The next camera angle that I hope we're going to get is from the top of Anderson Street, just to see if there, Liam has been able to put any sort of separation between him and James.
Here we have.
This looks.
Here we have our elite para group, and as we said, Reece Langdon still there.
And just to show how
quick the parafield's running there, they've managed to catch up most of the walkers.
No, but Jared, he's actually had to swap and get a second guide.
Yeah. So Jared's such a fit bloke that.
And interestingly, Hansen's in front at the top of the hill, so I think we'll sort of see. I think if I was coaching James, I'd probably just like to see him bide his time a little bit to the top of the shrine there, and then roll because you have got a bit of a steep downhill and then another little uphill to the shrine. And then from the top of the shrine, it's downhill all the way to the finish. So, I'd like to sort of see him probably really sort of pressing from that point onwards.
So with our walkers having come over the line there, I did start a stopwatch when they first kicked off, and I don't know how close we'll be, but I reckon they might have been
15-minute mark.
Around the 15-minute mark. We'll see if we can get some times there as Joel Montag skipping a jump over the finishing line tape there. Gives you a bit of an insight as to how quick those top race walkers were walking the course.
Kicked away in the last little bit.
Reece, massive run there in what looks to be around the sort of 11:16, 11:15 mark. So really strong run from Reece, and it's worth noting that Reece and Jared obviously different physical and visual impairments. So Reece is what we'd call a T38. So it means he's got sort of the mildest form of hypertonia or ataxia, so things that you'd often see through an acute brain injury or cerebral palsy. So I think Reece, when he was a bit younger, had a bit of a rough virus that resulted in some brain injury, but obviously he's kept in the sport and got himself internationally classified lately, so probably find himself on a World Champs team in the next year or two, as we see Beck Henderson cross the line there in the race walkabout.
Well, I was going to say walk us through that lap, but literally walk us through that lap. I think you went around 15 minutes. That is flying. How'd you find it?
Oh, that was tough. That was completely different to what we're used to as walkers, so it's a bit of fun, but really hard. I was suffering there.
Well, I'm curious, how did you find Anderson Street Hill walking up that? It's hard enough to run, let alone trying to do the technical side of race walking.
I took the hill easy. I sat back behind the boys, kind of let them drag me up, let them do the work, and I made my move down the hill. But still, that's a tough climb.
Yeah, it isn't easy. It makes me sick even thinking about it. Now, you've moved across here from WA. How are you finding being here? Is it just for a period of time, or have you moved over here full time?
It's a full-time move. It's so far so good. I'm missing the Perth weather, missing the beaches, but there's a good community of walkers here, so it makes it worth it.
Well, that's what I was saying. It was one of the more wholesome scenes I've seen down there, all arm in arm. What's next for you now? What's the season in store for?
Most of us are off to Spain next month. We'll all be doing a 20k over there. It's one of the sort of bigger global events. And after that, Com Games World Championships.
Incredible. Well, hey, good luck. I'm going to jump over here. We're going to get the Golden Girl of Victoria. Jemima, how did you find that? Okay, yeah, you go uphill. Yeah, I might have a little bit of a height advantage here. How did you find the lap?
That was good. Never done something so short. Got that sort of throat burn that I remember from school cross country where you're really sprinting the whole way, but it was fun.
Yeah, 3.86k, that is not a common thing. Hold on, I'm going to grab one of these for you, these Modex. This will be good for your recovery. Now, obviously, I was just saying to Declan, up the hill, that's got to be incredibly tough. What was the hardest part of it? You're pretty used to the road. This would be very different.
The hardest part was probably just the first 300 because you've got all that adrenaline. You really go for it, and then 300 metres in, you realise, oh, like I've got to carry all this lactic now. Yeah.
Well, so similar to Declan, he's heading over to Spain. I'm assuming you're doing that as well. What does the rest of the season look like for you?
Yeah, really excited to have a dance with the top women in the world in Spain because I felt like one of the key things I missed in the lead up to Tokyo was a bit of a warm-up event because of all the cancellations. So I'm excited just to mix it with them, see what... Is that us?
That could be us. We could be too close.
And crossing the finish line now, it looks like we've got James Hansen, the early tip, probably around something just under the 10:30 mark, maybe in the mid 10:20s, closely followed by Liam Adams.
Yeah, I missed the start. I'll just stop. Yeah, I think James will be probably the high 10.20s, low 10.30s, which is
pretty solid run.
Yeah, moving really well. Like outside of Stewie last year, around 10.08. The rest of the guys were sort of around that
10.20-ish
10.20-ish range. So
a good day at the office for James.
Yeah,
James,
James
good sign of
is,
fitness.
You know, he's trying to bridge to those kind of guys, and this is a really good step forward for him. And also just.
Oh, it was one of... You'll have to interview him, actually, but Reece Langdon just ran one of the best races I've seen him run, so it was definitely tough up the hill, and I tried to drop him, but he's gritty as, and he just stuck there, and his kick down was too strong, so it was a great run from him.
Where did he get away from you? What part?
Literally, I think he went around me maybe 400 or 500 metres to go, and it was actually probably the most congested part of the race, so he probably could have, if it was a lot clearer, he probably would have got a bit further away from me, so he was running very strong.
Well, very grateful then for all the hobby jugglers who are out here doing their thing. Jared, you've had a massive season, obviously. What's next for you? You can take a little bit of time off. You're building back up to something, or what's the move heading into the championship season?
Yeah, so I think for me, for us para guys, unfortunately, our World Championships on the track was cancelled. And for Commonwealth Games, for us ambulant distance runners, there's no options to the Commonwealth Games. So for me personally, I'm at the moment aiming to do Gold Coast Marathon. I've got to kind of start feeling better after COVID, but if not that, then London or Chicago Marathon later in the year.
Well, can we just say, famously last year, Jared ran this event, then flew to Sydney to pace a marathon, ended up qualifying for the Paralympics that same afternoon. So what was the PB? There was about 2:19. What are you hoping for the next one?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird week. I think it was Nationals, Uni Nationals, then Run the Tan. And then, yeah, the marathon was the next day. So I think maybe I'll have like a 75% marathon prep. I'm not going all in. So, I mean, I didn't do nutrition. I didn't train for it last time. So I'd hope I'd run a PB. But with the marathon, there's absolutely no guarantee.
I think we had a good chat about uni games, actually, what was going on there before the marathon. So this preparation might be a little bit better. How good to see so many people out here as well, Jared. You got anything to say to all the beautiful Melburnians out here this morning?
Yeah, no, thanks everyone for coming out, everyone for supporting us during the Paralympics last year. A massive shout out to Reece Langdon again. That was one of the great runs that a para-athlete has probably put down in Australia. That was very good. He's a name to watch on the way to Paris. Another shout out to Xavier, a young T12 runner that flew down from Sydney last minute to do the race. He ran about 15:55, I think, so he's another name to watch out for in the future. Para running in Australia is in a really, really strong place. We're 10 years out from Brisbane 2032. Start following these narratives now, and come Brisbane, you'll know all about it, and you'll be so much more invested. So thanks everyone in the running community for your incredible support.
You got no excuses now. It's all been plugged here. Jared Crifford, an absolute man, and the people, 3-time Paralympic medalist. Jared, well done today, mate.
So back to the finish line now. Let's get behind our walkers. One more walker coming through. She is the youngest of the crop, and it's good to see her out there. Let's get right behind her as she comes through here. So fantastic event here, this walk. A big support there. Thrown into the elite race at the last minute and handled the pressure beautifully. All right, let's get the women elite on the line, please. Female elites, last event. Let's get you out here. So come around past the tents, the activation area, and let's get you out onto the start line. We'll introduce the field for the women's elite race. Something we've been anticipating. We've got a few of the big names here, including our record holder, Lyndon Hall. So we're nearly ready to go. Women's elite race, 11:45 start time, so 3.5 minutes. So Emma Hogan making away. Abby Caldwell, Australian 1500 metre champion. Stella Radford, one of the leading steeplechasers in Australia. Hogan, one of our leading triathletes, and also loves the run as well. Great to see her. Zoe Buckman back on the track. Good to see Zoe, Olympian. All right, Jess Hull making her way over. So Jess, come over here briefly before you start. Jessica Hull, great to have you in Melbourne.
Thanks for having me. It's good to be at a race in Australia.
Exactly. So US based. Have you ever got a lap of the tan time yet?
No, I hadn't ran the tan until Thursday afternoon when I got down here. So yeah, it'll be a fun one to just experiment with.
Yeah, we're certainly looking forward to seeing what you can do, and good luck out there. All right, so the women's field is assembled. So Zoe Buckman, Stella Radford, Emma Hogan, Amy Robinson, also Keely Small from the ACT, Abby Caldwell, Amy Bunnage, one of our top juniors, Australian champion over 3,000 metres. I think selected for the world champs as well in Carly. And it is great to see Jess Hull from the US via New South Wales down here for this event. So we'll be getting underway in a few minutes' time. We'll go at 11:45, so 2 minutes to go, girls. Just keep it nice and relaxed until we get there. So Keely Small, come all the way from the ACT. You're meaning business, aren't you, Keely?
Yeah, I'm just happy to go.
So we've got our elite women's race here. Unfortunately, no Lyndon Hall with a bit of an injury in the warm-up from a stray dog, but we've still got a massive field here with Jess Hull, Kelly Thackeray, our national 1500 metre champion in Abby Caldwell, one of our national finalists in the steeplechase, Stella Radford, and a couple other big names to watch there in Amy Robertson and Keely Small, who is the national junior record holder for 800 metres back at Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast. She ran just on 2 minutes as an 18-year-old, which is a fair run. So good to see a real mix of abilities and sort of distance specialties in this one.
Keely has sort of been gradually moving up, or at least dipping her toes in the 1500. So interesting to see how she goes along here with the extra distance and sort of, where her training's been, whether it's been more thresholdy aerobic sort of stuff, or
it'll be
more of that track-based stuff, and sort of what her plans are for the rest of the year, having just come back from uni in America or college.
Yeah, a bit of that question as well. Now that without Lyndon racing, you wonder,
does it pressure for Jess to put this pace on?
Yeah, does it remain with Kelly Thackeray pushing it, or what sort of scenario do we end up with in race? But looks like we're about to find out. Just judging the start line. Doesn't look like we've got Thackeray, so could be the Jess Hull show today. So Jess Hull and Abby Caldwell could be a bit of a tactical sit and kick. We'll see how this one unfolds as the women start the final race of the day.
Yeah, well, I guess the question is, though, does Jess really want to leave it to a sit and kick with Abby, who just won the national title?
Yeah, they're coming from different events. Would you want to leave, like you were saying, Jeff, would you want to leave it to a kick from someone who's just won nationals for the 1500?
Yeah, because at the moment we've got a head-to-head between the national 1500 metre champion and the 5,000 metre champion. So
yeah. Who's also an Olympic finalist.
Yeah. 3.8k with a hill in it, but it's kind of in that weird sweet spot. So I still think the onus is going to be on Jess to kind of push the pace, and Abby should get a bit of a sit. So it's just going to be, I reckon, how long can Abby stay with her?
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see how close Abby gets to that PB of hers. I believe it's 12:06 from races in years prior. But I think if ever there was a time you wanted to try and run your fastest time, having Jess Hull at the front would certainly help things.
Yeah, well, Lyndon obviously obliterated the record last year and went 11:35, and I think it's because we don't get that many opportunities. No one really knows what their potential is over the distance. Whereas for track 800s, 1500s, you can run them every week, so they're a bit more measured. We know a bit more about them, whereas today, it's pretty unknown.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Jess handles the first view of the hill. As we see out. And we're going to cross down to an interview with James Hansen.
Yeah, so Tim, I am here with Jimmy Hansen. I'm going to call you the man from Tasmania, even though you spent a little bit of time here. Looking incredibly fit, Jimmy. 10:40 odd for the lap. How'd it feel?
Yeah, awesome. Love the tan. It was actually my first ever session I did in Melbourne. It was around here, so to take this win, and I mean the field wasn't what it was last year, but still awesome to take the win here.
Yeah, 100%. It was pretty loaded. We were just talking, Liam Adams, an incredibly hard egg to crack. Where did you start to move away from the field, or was it just hold on and hope?
So halfway up the hill, like the second hill, I started moving a little bit away from Liam, and then I got a little bit worried because I could feel him the whole way down the hill. And obviously there was a grand on the line for the win, so I knew Liam wasn't going to die wondering. So I tried to get away, like keep the gap with 400 to go, and just try to make him feel like I was going better than I did. And yeah, luckily he held on.
You are always a strong, well, the two of you actually are both very strong competitors. We were just saying you've had such an awesome year. You're such a great story for running. What does the rest of the season have in store for you? Try and gear up maybe for a World Champs Com Games qualifier?
Yeah, so I'm going to train pretty hard the next 6 weeks. I'm coming down to Melbourne for about a 1 week stint just to train with Peter Bowl and a few of the other guys down here and try to get some speed in my legs. And then I'll do the Leonora Golden Mile in about 4 weeks. And if I'm going well, then I'll go overseas and see if I can, run a PB or run a time. So looking forward to that.
Well, I really hope that you do. As I said, a great story. We actually got Jeff Risley who's doing our live stream. Obviously, you spent a fair bit of time with Jeff. He's helped you a lot, and he's now retired. How does that feel to have him on the sidelines now and probably commentating and listening to what we're saying right now?
Yeah, it's surreal to have Jeff on the sidelines. So Jeff moved me to Melbourne 5 years ago to do a training block with him. Just, a kid from Tasmania. I got to experience what it's like training with one of the best athletes in the world, and Jeff's career is remarkable. My dream's to make 1 Olympics, and Jeff made 4, and the setbacks he had along the way, it's inspiring. So yeah, he's just such a champion of the sport. So just awesome to be a part of his journey.
He is one of the great men of the sport. Jimmy, congratulations, mate. I was stoked to see you get the win, and again, we really want to get behind him and maybe get him to that World Champs Com Games qualifier. 10:40, that is flying. Jimmy, well done today, mate.
So we've got the elite women's field just cresting the hill now, and looks like as my co-commentator Jeff Risley's had a good estimate there. Jess Hull not leaving things to chance, so she's gotten over the hardest part of the course, and for someone from the Central Coast of New South Wales, it would be interesting coming in the tan for the first time. She sort of commented there she'd gone for a jog around it, but has never raced it, as we see Keely Small come off the hill.
Always the question is, can she get a bit of a gap up that hill? And because that's where the fitness really shines out.
Oh yeah.
The fit guys, they just get up it, and the more sort of 1500 metre people, they kind of want to save as much as they can for the end. They don't want to be pushing at that point. So I think that's where, she's obviously made a move, and it'll just, there's a downhill after that section, and then a little bit of an uphill back up to the Shrine. So it'll be, interesting to see if Abby can sort of bridge that, and if she can sort of get down that part, she could be a chance. But
And we see there as well Amy Bunnage, who's sort of one of the rising stars in the junior ranks over 3,000 and 5,000 and 1,500 a little bit too, to be fair. If you're Abby Caldwell or Amy Bunnage and you've got that downhill coming, do you try and make a push there to get back onto Jess, or do you sort of run your own race?
Well, it just depends how hard Jess went. Like, if she's putting questions in people's head where they're already hurt and they're thinking, I've still got another 2K to go, it's sort of like, they probably don't want to push, and that's when, when that elastic band does open and you get a bit of a break, that's when it's the hardest to get back on. So, the only maybe chance Abby has is using more of her track prowess on the downhill. But, then she's up against the girl Jess Hull who's run 3:58 for 1,500.
And is also the national record holder for 5,000 as well.
Yeah, so, that's just the quality of athlete that Jess is, and it's why she's in America with one of the top Nike groups.
Yeah.
She's a star, and made the world indoor champs final for over 3,000. So,
good to see her get around the tan post of time.
Well, yeah, and Abby's just going to keep getting better and better. But it's just disappointing that we missed Lyndon today, because she probably would have been the one to probably serve it up, or the best chance to serve it up to Jess. It was probably always Jess Hull's race to lose, but I'd love to be getting some footage of this right now just to see where they are.
Do have some slight difficulties with the sort of access, I guess, to the
tan and
back end of the course, and the tan itself is a pretty busy public place, but yeah, hopefully we'll have a little bit of that sort of downhill angle to see a bit of the women's field.
We're 7 minutes in, and so I'm thinking they're probably coming down through that roundabout.
Yeah, just crossing past the shrine, which is
probably 1 and 1.2k to go.
Yeah, where you're trying to make that big push for the finish line and make the most of the downhill.
And I think, it will just be interesting to see what Jess's time does come in at, just to more compare it to what Linda did last year. Because I think there is still some room for improvement on some of those records, just as more people, race it more often and at different times of the year when they probably are in, their best shape. Like, for me, Jess is probably in that sweet spot now. She's coming off a big block. She's had a couple of races. That massive aerobic block that you do over the winter is starting to blend with a few more of those races, and even the training is starting to sharpen up a bit. So, turnover's getting better, and this really could be the sweet spot to run a really fast time around the tan.
Yeah, it'd be interesting as well. It's like if these times keep coming down year to year, it certainly raises the interest year to year of people coming back and thinking, say Lyndon's record gets knocked off today, or if anyone were ever to get close to Craig Mottram's record, it would certainly spark some interest.
And obviously, having grown up in Melbourne with the top 10 board, it was really high, populated by the Kenyan runners and Graham Hood, the Canadian, and
Bob Kennedy,
Moneghetti, and some really quality guys had a crack at it. So that 10:08 is serious.
It's a very serious time.
But I think the women's one had a little bit more in it. But every time it gets broken, it just gets that a little bit harder, doesn't it?
And we're just going to cross down to Reese Langdon, our para winner.
Quedo en la barra con mi gente, en la lucha siempre. Cuántas mujeres él tiene como 20. Yo te hablo claro para que estemos más claros que el cloro que se quede con los diamantes y el oro que yo soy el low.
All right, so I'm going to jump in here. We are here with Reese Langdon. He did win the men's para event, beat Jared, who we spoke to earlier. Reese, we're just learning you've just been classified. You're new to this. How did you find the tan?
Yeah, it was interesting. It was the first time I've ever actually ran here, so it was a really cool experience, actually.
How is it compared to the trails and the tracks that you'd be used to in Canberra? Is it just completely different, or you got a few things like this up there?
We haven't really got too much like this. Like, it's pretty manicured dirt. Like, it was perfect to run on. It was amazing.
I've never heard it called manicured dirt. That is exactly what it is. What was the hardest part? Jared was saying that you probably could have pulled away even further, but the hobby joggers kept it back. What was the hardest part of this lap for you?
Yeah, I'd say pretty much the downhill in the back part. Your legs get a bit tacked, probably
it's like
going
a
Anderson
really tight
Street
contest
hill.
there between
So it was kind of hard, just like that downhill part, trying to stay controlled.
100%. And now what's the rest of the year looking like? Are you a more 1,500, 5K, longer distance specialist? Sort of what are you going to be focusing on for the remainder of 2022?
Yeah, so this was probably the end of the Traxo season for me. So probably going to have a little bit of a rest for the next week or so, and then lead into the winter cross-country stuff pretty much the rest of the year.
That's awesome. Well, it's been beautiful to have you down here in Melbourne. Is there anything you want to say? Do you want to talk a little bit of trash to Jared? Is there anything you want to say to all the Melburnians out here this morning at Run the Tan?
Yeah, it was a great race. I'm definitely going to be back next year. Yeah, I love Melbourne.
Come back to defend the crown. We love that. Hey, Reese, thank you so much. Well done today, mate. Great race.
All right, let's get the crowd down to the finish line, because I think our first female is not far away now, and I think this time might be under challenge.
The finish line here.
So we're just
who pops out of the chute first?
Yeah, we're at the 11-minute mark. So Lyndon's record's 11:36. Is it?
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. We should have Jess coming soon. The last footage we saw, they were sort of coming down past Sydney Minor Music Bowl.
Amy Bunnage was putting in a massive run as well.
Yeah, she was not far behind Abby, which was a little bit surprising. But at the same time, Amy does look like she's going to get better. She's our
sort of
3,000 metre champion, and she's going to kind of get, as I think she gets older and develops as an athlete, she's going to get out in distance. So this is probably.
So I think that record might just be safe.
Yeah, just have passed. We're at 11:40 now.
And here we have Jess Hull, your national 5,000 metre champion, in about 11:46 there. And Abby Caldwell not too far behind, 11:49-ish. And a huge run from Amy Bunnage, given her age. Yeah, 11:55. So some really top quality runs here from the elite women, and might be doing some damage to that top 10 board.
Yeah, well, Abby looks like she's just knocked at least 15 seconds off her best from last year.
Last year, yeah.
And you probably expect that. Like, this year's really been a coming out year for her.
Yeah, massive improvement over 8
she's
and
improved
15.
over every distance. And
a tight finish there between Zoe Buckman and
yeah,
Amy Roberts.
Great run
Stella.
by Zoe.
Yeah, must still be in some decent running shape.
Yeah,
and there's Amy
her
Robertson.
last Olympic team was 2016, and we sort of haven't seen much of her since. So it's great to see her out running, and 12-16 around the 10 is not
mucking around.
So it'd actually be interesting to see, what she's kind of looking at next, whether she's sort of getting back into it or
yeah, it's not
she's just really fit from running for fun.
Way past recreational fitness there, being in 12-16 shape.
Yeah.
As we have Keely Small still putting in a pretty solid performance for a classically 800-metre runner there, just around the 12:53 mark.
Yeah, and she took off to America and at the University of Oregon, and has sort of since come back. It's not for everyone. I had a scholarship to Villanova University, but it was a bit of a mummy's boy, so I couldn't actually commit to it and go. So I know the challenges of how hard it is to kind of move yourself across.
Yeah, it's a tough
across
one.
the pond. So she's back, so she's probably just getting back into her routine and setting up her environment back in Canberra. So I expect her to get a lot better, because at her best, she has the ability to go with Abby. Like, they're similar age.
Yeah, someone who, even in that last season, I think it was that last race of hers in Canberra, was around the 4:07 mark pretty early in the season.
Yeah, I remember a mile she ran with a 60 last lap and beat Jess Hull up at Bankstown for the Albert Thomas Mile there. And that really looked like when she was going to transition to that 15, but picked up an injury sort of a month later, which kind of ruled her out for the Olympics last year. So, she's got a huge amount of ability and talent, and it's going to be sort of interesting to see how she progresses. And honestly, Caldwell versus Small could be some pretty intense battles over the next 5 years.
Over years.
Throw in a Jess Hull in the mix, and I think we've still probably got Lyndon for a couple of years.
Yeah, we've got Georgia Griffith still going around as well, so
she's probably maybe even the most talented out of all.
Yeah, so good to see the depth in Australian women's
distance running. When you put it like that, is pretty insane. When we only recently had our first sub 4.
Yeah, we've got
quite a few that are sort
Imogen
of
Barrett and Izzy Thornton-Bott over in the US, so plenty sort of scratching at that 4:15, 4:13, so it's starting to come down, and some quick 800-metre times too.
Yeah, but even Zoe, when she was sort of making London and Rio, she was 4:04 and things like that. Now we got 20-year-olds running 4:04, and that's hardly still getting a look in. Like the level is just on another level. It's different. Which is great to see, and that's what it takes. It takes a few girls that keep pushing, and
becomes the new normal.
Yeah, you can't be complacent, because that someone else is working and they're going to come over and take your spot. So it's a good position to be in for distance running in athletics, and
good problems to have.
Seeing it as well in the men's side, and Ollie Hoare, and it's a good problem to have when you've got 4 guys under 3:34.
Yeah, some serious depth on the men's side too. But an exciting finish there, and one that was possibly a little bit closer than we thought it would be between Jess Hull and Abby Caldwell. So got a good indication of things to come for the season, and if you've liked anything that you've seen here today, well, we've got 2 major championships on this year in the US and the UK, where you'll see plenty of these athletes representing Australia on the track. So definitely something you can look into if it's piqued your interest. And if you've enjoyed watching the Run the Tan footage, definitely an event you can look to sign up for next year, and maybe cut your own lap of the tan.
Yeah, it can be your dinner party trick. Pull out your tan PB.
Yeah, everyone's run the 100 metres in high school, and I think a lot of people in Melbourne have run a lap of the tan, so always a good one to have on hand for any dinner parties or office queries.
Let's be honest, a tan is one of the best places to
go for a run.
To people watch, and there's always stuff going on.
You always know someone.
It's you always run into someone you know. It's iconic. So I might have to make it's going to be hard to run 10:44 again.
Yeah, a bit much
come
like
out of retirement.
Well,
maybe I can take down Husey.
Maybe you can
year.
be the one. We'll pop you in the celebs race.
Yeah, I want to go that far, but
well, I'm not sure what we've got coming up next, but we may or may not have an interview with our winner of the women's race, so we'll see what we can get sorted there. And we're just going to cut down to the winner of our women's race, Jess Hull.
So I am here with Jess Hull. We've been chewing the fat for a little bit now, but we'll put it on microphone. Jess, how did you find the lap? Congratulations on the win, first of all.
Thank you. It was pretty fun to get out there. It was a lot more challenging through the middle stages than I thought it was going to be. I thought kind of you get through the first 1200 and it was going to be a good ride, but that second, when you got the second bit, the dip at the back, that bites a lot more than I kind of gave it credit for.
Oh, it's a little bit deceptive, the tan, I'm telling you. And obviously, you've had a really, really great summer. It's good to have you back in Australia. You've been enjoying being back on home soil.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been nice to freshen things up and just kind of get in the groove of training hard. And yeah, it's going to be a long summer, so it was good to get some time back at home.
Well, I mean, you won an emphatic style at national championships. You've locked away your spot in the teams. What's in store for you heading overseas soon?
Yeah, I'm heading overseas in 2 weeks. 2 weeks today, and I'll start in the Doha Diamond League, onto Birmingham Diamond League, back to pre-classic, and then head up onto the mountain for the month of June, leading into World Champs, and get my altitude training in and be ready to roll.
That is insane. That's a lot of flying. It's so good to have an athlete of your caliber here. Now you're focusing, I'm assuming, on the 5,000 going forward. Is there anything you want to say to all the Melburnians here? I know you're a Sydney sider, so you're meant to not like us, but do you have anything you want to say to the Melburnians out here this morning?
Yeah, thanks for coming out. It's the first kind of race I've done off the track since I've turned pro in 2019, and it was cool to have people lining the whole course and people on the backside giving us a cheer, and even one of our policemen down there on the corner there screaming what time I was at, and I was like, so he must have been here when we started and ran to the corner. So yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for coming out.
No, thank you so much. So close to that record. Maybe we'll see you back here at another point to try and have a crack. So beautiful. Jess Hull will be back here at some point. Round of applause, the winner of the women's elite race.
Thanks, Mitch. We're just going to get ahead with our schools presentations very shortly.
Industry partnerships guarantee real industry experience with every bachelor degree. And in 2022, we're back on campus. Swinburne, next gen, now.
So interesting interview there with Jess Hull, Jeff. Interesting to hear just how much flying she's going to be doing in the first part of her season.
Yeah, and it's the interesting part of our sport. Like, it does require a lot of travel and a lot of moving pieces and setting up environments in different places. And you know, for a lot of people, you know, Jess Hull's probably in the most fortunate position that she's with the Union Track Club out of Portland. She's, you know, can travel with training partners and physios.
Yeah.
And, you know, she's probably got the most professional setup that you can ever that you can get in the sport. But yeah, it's a thing that people don't underestimate. You know, she's going back to her hometown and then off to Doha and Birmingham and then back across to America, and she'll set up base. And I guess she's also in a bit of a slightly different position in that she's lucky that she's based in America, where the world champs are going to be on at, you know, whereas you know, people like Peter Bowl, they're sort of
weighing up
around.
prep.
Yeah, they've got to be in Europe for races and then get themselves across. So she's obviously identified that, you know, Doha and Birmingham are two good ones, and then pre-classic being, you know, her sponsors, me. is one of the most important ones, and then you know, she can put a rack in the queue or whatever for the queue in the rack for the season and get up to altitude, and we know that that's what the Americans like to do. You know, the Bowerman Track Club spend so much time
Pretty
up
much
at
all year.
altitude. They just go and then they come out and run insane
Super
times.
fast.
So you know, Jess has already sort of got her season planned, and you know, being in sports management, you know how hard it is for some of the athletes, and she's one of the fortunate ones, Olympic finalist, sub-4 minutes. She can sort of pick and choose whatever event she wants to do, whereas...
And we're just going to cut down to the presentations here of our schools battle.
Time of 14:38, representing Wesley, Cushy Diol. And our bronze medalist in a time of 14:51, also from Wesley, Amber Lowe. So big congratulations, Amber, Cushy and Sophie, the medalists in the women's schools event. And they look all perfectly aligned height-wise now. Today in a time of 11:11, which means I'm getting a tattoo. Congratulations to Wesley's Logan Janetsky. Our second place getter, who's not here unfortunately, representing Melbourne Grammar, I think, Alexander Angus in time of 11:36. And our bronze medalist in a time of 11:39, also from Wesley, Bailey Morrell. So big congrats, Bailey, Alexander and Logan. Great running there in the men's schools event. Once again, big thanks also Alex Lloyd from Swinburne University of Technology. So could we please have a team representative from Wesley or a few of the athletes as well? So Wesley up front, particularly the females. We've got any theme? We've had a couple in presentations. So girls from the Wesley team, we'll get you up and we'll now do the presentation. So Alex, you're back up again. And we're going to do the teams event for the women's or the female schools. Let's So we now turn our attention to the teams events, and taking out the female teams event on the score with a score of 34 points. It is the girls from Wesley College, presented by Darren Templeton from Run the Tan. So congratulations to the girls from Wesley. Second, Mentone Girls Grammar, and in third, Haileybury College. Probably. So big thank you to the girls there from Wesley. Can we have the boys from Wesley? Any of the boys representing Wesley? All of them that are here still, let's get them in front. So the boys from Wesley, we can have you up. I'll go through the top three. This is for the men's or the boys teams event for the schools. In third, we had Camberwell Grammar with 113 points. Caulfield Grammar second on 79. But our winners, once again, taking the double in the men's team as well. Wesley College with a score of 40. So congratulations to Wesley taking out the 2 perpetual trophies. We now move to the participation trophies for the schools. Do we have anyone from Mentone Girls still around? Looks like they might be all gone, but Mentone Girls took out the participation award, so congratulations to Mentone Girls Grammar participation award in the schools event. Camberwell Grammar, anyone from Camberwell still here? Yes, we do have Camberwell Grammar, fantastic. Waiting patiently here, and great to see the boys from Camberwell out in big numbers there today. So Alex Lloyd once again make the presentation. This is participation for Camberwell Grammar in the boys event here at Run the Tan here for 2022. And finally, let's get the Wesley kids back up again, and maybe even staff as well. So Wesley participants and staff, if we can get you up. So as many as possible, let's get them back up again. So Wesley have taken out the participation award for the co-ed schools. So as many as possible, let's get the big group photo here. So great support from Wesley College for Run the Tan this year, taking out both the men's and women's individual awards and also the participation award for the numbers. So Alex Lloyd from Swinburne hands over the trophy for the co-ed school, and below the recipient of that. So next presentation will be the para-athletes, and we require Reece Langdon, Jared Clifford and Angus Hicksman to the presentations, please. So if we can have Reece, Jared and Angus down to presentations, please. Reece, Jared, and a farewell to Mitch Dyer, our commentator. Thanks so much for the work today, Mitch. Great interviewing as always. So our next presentation will be for the para-athletes. Darren Templeman from Run the Tan, on behalf of Allianz, will be making the presentations. So as we said, this is all done on classification, and our amended results are in third place with a graded time of 3:06. It is Angus Hinksman. In second place, with a graded time of 2:51, it is Jared Clifford. And in a very, very close competition, separated by just a short percentage, our winner today with a graded time of 2:49, Reece Langdon. So once again, big thank you to Allianz for supporting our para-athletes here today at Run the Tan. And Reece Langan will be receiving the $2,000 check once we do the photos. Hold it up. So once again, big thank you to our sponsors, Allianz, for supporting this event here today. And Reece Langdon coming all the way from the ACT to take that one out. All right, we will be moving on to the emergency services and also celebs fairly soon. And then we'll culminate with our race walkers, so don't go too far away. So if they're still here, can we have Josh Reed-Jones, Dave Hughes and Bernard Curry, also Emma Robers, Tayan Luthat and Danny Marshall. If they could make their way to presentations, we may do a celebs presentation as well, but they've got to be here. So if we've got Josh, Dave and Bernard, also Emma, Tahan and Danny, they're in the vicinity of the tan or the presentation area, if you could make your way over. Otherwise we'll keep them rolling on. Alright, if we've got Mitch Milnes, Reg Friend and Phil Meggs around for the men, and also Belinda Ralph, Courtney Splatt and Jessica Meggs, if they could make their way over to presentations for the emergency services. If any of them here come over to the table. So Mitch Milnes, Reg Friend and Phil Meggs. Also Belinda Ralph, Courtney Splatt and Jessica Meggs. If they're here, come on over.
The next generation of university has arrived. Swinburne's deep industry partnerships guarantee real industry experience with every bachelor degree. And in 2022, we're back on campus. Swinburne, next gen, now.
So let's do our emergency services, and Rick Nugent, great to have you back again. Have you done the double today? You've been over to Angela Taylor?
No, I didn't get to the double. I had another commitment this morning, but I was very pleased to be able to get here and participate in this one.
Excellent. We've had a rough couple of years, haven't you? How have you been going with it all?
No, I've been going well. It has been a very challenging period of time, but the emergency services organisations and the people in them have done an amazing job, and again, a really big call out to the hospital staff, the nurses, the doctors, all the medical, but everyone, really challenging, hopefully on the other side, but so well done to everyone involved.
I'd just like to reiterate that, and a big round of applause please for all of our emergency services for coming out and supporting today. And let's go through the presentations, Rick, so you now get to go and give the lovely ladies some medals. So third place, Jessica Meggs, SES, I believe. No? And in second place, Courtney Splatt, definitely big please. And our winner, Belinda Ralph, I'm not sure where Belinda's got to, but congratulations to her. So there's our first, second and third in the emergency services for females. So Rick, we're up again. Let's get those medals ready. I think we're missing Phil Meggs unless he makes the last minute. appearance. In third place, Phil Meggs, and he definitely was SES. In second place, getting our silver medal, it is Reg Friend. Representing the Fireys. And our winner today, Mitch Milnes. So congratulations there to Phil, Reg and Mitch, our medalists in the emergency services. So let's get our men for the race walkers up. So if we have Ridian, Tim and Declan over to presentations. Ridian Cowley, I'm talking to you. We also require Tim Fraser and Declan Tingay to presentations, please.
We love free thinkers, on the field and off the field. You may think differently from the mainstream, but that's what we love about you. Liberty, free thinking loans.
All right, next one up, it will be our race walkers. So let's get Ridian behind number 3, Tim behind number 2, and our pretend Declan behind number 1. All right, so it was good to introduce this event this year, and now we have got the benchmarks for these walk events. And it's my pleasure to introduce our medalists for the men's event. In third position, accepting the bronze medal in time of 15:09, Ridian Cowley. In second position, oh so close to that 15-minute mark from the ACT, Tim Fraser. And the official tan track race walk record holder in a time of 14:56, Declan Tingay. Well represented by. So once again, congratulations to our walkers, and on behalf of Allianz, they are so proud to have sponsored that event and provide the prize money. So Declan will be taking home $1,000. So all place getters will be receiving money and the Red Energy prize packs as well for the participation here, and they're great walking. So 14:56, that's now the official tan record for walkers. So let's get our women up now. Alana, Beck and Jemima. So let's now go to our female walks event. And once again, we have established a new walks record in the bronze medal position for time of 17:21, all the way from sunny Ballarat, Alana Piatt. Our silver medalist in second place with a time of 17:03, all the way from sunny Mentone, Beck Henderson. And the new tan record holder, Australian champion, Australian record holder as well, in a time of 15:48. A big congratulations, Jemima Montag. So well done, Alana, Beck and Jemima. Great to have the race walkers here, and great stellar performances there. 15:48, now the mark to beat around the tan track. And a big thank you once again to Allianz for sponsoring this event. So all place getters will be receiving prize money here, and their Red Energy packs courtesy of our great sponsor, Red Energy.
Impatience is a virtue. You know what you want. Waiting isn't an option. New Balance. We got now.
So let's get our elite men up for the presentation. So Lachlan Hurd, Liam Adams, James Hansen will make your way to the presentations. Hats on. So if Lachlan Hurd is here, quickly make your way over. Stop schmoozing, Abby Caldwell. So let's go to the elite men's presentation. In third place in a new PB by over a minute of 11:08, Lachlan Hurd. In second place in a time of 10:51, everyone's favourite Sparky, Liam Adams. And a winner today in a time of 10:44, all the way from Tasmania, James Hansen. So big thank you there to Jeff Phillips, CEO of the Bennelong Foundation, who are big supporters of the Tan Track and the clocks, for coming here today and supporting Run the Tan and helping with the prize money for this event. James taking out 2,000. All place getters receiving prize money here today at Run the Tan, but James taking home the big $2,000 cheque.
We're powered by a leader in renewable energy, the mighty Snowy Hydro. Now that's real Aussie energy. Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Okay, next one up. We're going to do the celeb race. We've only got one left because they've all got busy schedules. We know that. Caesar Ibrahim from Liberty, great sponsor here. He will be presenting our celeb, and we do have the winner here. It is Josh Reid-Jones taking out the championship. Husey was second, and Bernard Curry in third position. So big round of applause to Josh Reid-Jones taking out the celeb and Sporting Codes race here today in a very, very sharp time. All right, final presentation. Can we have Amy, also Abby and Jess?
What does it take to be a real Aussie energy provider? For starters, it helps to be Australian owned. At Red Energy, we're 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro. But also means keeping jobs right here in Australia and being powered by a leader in clean, renewable energy. Now that's real Aussie energy. Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
But good to see the girls here, and I think all the athletic clubs are now looking at recruiting the cross code here. All right, in third place, not here now, but Danny Marshall took out third place in the female celeb race. In In second place, getting the silver medal, former Big Brother participant, Tehan Lufats. And she has crossed the codes beautifully over to running. Our winner today. Fantastic performance, a good time. Emma Robers takes out the women's celeb, our Melbourne, a victory player, and the challenge of the codes. So Danny, Tehan and Emma, congratulations on taking part here in Run the Tan for 2022. Let's move on to our female event. Jeff Phillips once again, Bennelong Foundation CEO, is going to make our presentations here. In third place, in a time, and I'm sure a new PB, of 11:55, Amy Bunnage. Our second place getter, also a new personal best, Australia's 1500 metre champ. Time of 11:49, Abby Caldwell. And fantastic to have her participating today. She won a close result, 11:46, but a big win to Jessica Hull, taking out Run the Tan in the Women's Elite Division for 2022. And taking the prize money as well. But as we said, all three will receive prize money for being here today at Run the Tan, and Jess taking home the $2,000. So our final presentation will actually be for the King and Queen of the Mountain. So Lockie Hurd and Jess Hull. I will require you. So Jess, you may as well stay there. Actually, we'll get them both up together. Can they both fit on the podium? I reckon they can. They are skinny little distance runners. All right, so let's go to the final presentations. This is for our King and Queen of the Mountain, the fastest ones up Anderson Street, and it is Jess Hull and Lockie Hurd. So congratulations, Lockie and Jess. Final presentation here at Run the Tan. So just a big thank you to all of the spectators and participants here today. Also a big, big thank you to our sponsors. You've heard their names being read out all day, but Ren Energy, Allianz, Liberty, New Balance, Back in Motion, Running Company, they've all been great sponsors of the event here today. Big thank you also to the volunteer helpers who've made the event run so smoothly, and it did run very, very smoothly. And a big shout out to Darren Templeton for once again bringing his dream of Run the Tan to fruition here for 2022. So Lukey J.
Cheers, mate.
I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Wait, it's gonna feed back. A bigger PA would be good. We cool to keep going? Let me go on, like a blister in the sun. Let me go on, big hands, I know you're the one. Let me go on, like a blister blister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one. Body of beats, I save my sheets, I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end, she's starting to cry. Let me go on, like a blister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one. Let me go on, like a blister in the sun. Let me go on. Big hands, I know you're the one.
And we're wrapping up here for a big day at Run the Tan 2022, powered by Red Energy. We've got our elite women's results here, Jeff. We saw Jess Hull take the win in 11:46. Abby Caldwell, a big PB, breaking through the 12-minute barrier in 11:49. And one of our junior stars, Amy Bunning, training 11:55.
Yeah, probably as we expected. I think Jess probably had a fair bit more in her if she was pushed a bit harder. A really good run by Abby. I think what's that, 17-second PB.
Yeah.
And Amy Bunnage, is she still only about 18?
Yeah, still a junior.
Still a junior. So for her to go sub 12 around the tan is pretty impressive, and I think also shows her ability going forward. And I think especially as the distances go out, she looks like she's going to be
pretty handy.
More a 10.
And good to see Zoe Buckman back as well.
Yeah.
12:19, not a bad run for someone who we probably haven't seen racing for a good 2, 3, 4 years.
Yeah. But yeah, I missed that.
I think we'll just get the men's results here. And your tip early on, James Hansen, took home all the chocolates.
Yeah, and we now have equal PBs, so a bit of fun. But yeah, that sort of panned out as I thought. Liam sort of led up to the top of the hill, and Hansen was there, and also Hansen looked like he wanted to keep it pushing. But yeah, I think if we had the guys that in there that we sort of thought we were earlier, it would have been a completely different race, and I think it would have been a lot faster, and guys would have been pushing more. But yeah, 10:44 for James. I think that bodes well. He's putting consistent performances back to back. Around that PB for 5K in Box Hill, and then had a PB at Nationals, and finished third. So, he's just getting back to his best. And probably, as he said on his interview, he's got 6 weeks of training where he's got to try and go to another level and prepare himself to go to Europe and run fast. So
yeah, definitely.
And then Liam, 10:51 for him. It's just probably a rust buster, and
probably in the middle of a 200k week. So
yeah, so it's more just probably interesting to see what Liam's got in terms of plans going forward for a marathon. Is he going to try and
do a half or something somewhere?
Yeah, half somewhere before Com Games, or he's probably missed the boat to do a full before.
Yeah, to be
before
tight
it's
timeline.
Going to be a bit of a tight timeline. So maybe he's looking to do his second one maybe in September, October, off the back of
a major
or Worlds, whatever he decides to choose. So
definitely.
And then, Lockie Hurd's finished off a really good season, coming off the back of injury. He's got better and better with each race, so I think he'll be pretty happy with 11:08, and he's just committed to Knox Athletics for the cross country, so he's trying to rope me into some races.
Not done yet.
We'll see. So
a big thanks to all our sponsors today at Run the Tan 2022. It's been made possible by Red Energy, New Balance, the Running Company, and Allianz, and Swinburne University, obviously sponsoring our schools challenge. It's been a great morning, Jeff. Been a pleasure having you on board for some co-commentary, and we'll catch everyone next year at the Tan.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Whip. It's it's been good fun just getting into the psyche of the athletes and analysing some of these races.